guys! Today we're going to get started on a color chart project that is going to look something like this. So these are a couple of older examples. Something interesting that I like to point out here is that part of what we're going to learn is going to help us know how to make skin tones. And this is more similar to what we'll be doing. So there are two purposes for this project. One, we're going to become more familiar with color theory or the way colors mix and create new colors. And the second one is we're going to become more familiar with tempera paint. Now, technically, you could do this in any kind of paint. I don't know that it would be as effective in watercolor, but you could definitely do it in acrylic or oil. Just in my classroom, we are moving into tempera paint, and this is the project that we do to kind of progress and get ready for the next project. Some key things to see here. We're going to be creating this chart. We're going to be creating tints, tones, shades. We're going to be learning how to mix all the colors. Not really how. What happens when you mix individual colors together, and how peach and brown affect the colors versus white and black. So we're going to get started. Part of this is also kind of a mystery. So I'm going to move that out of the way. You've had your little preview, and now it's going to be more of a surprise and kind of figure out as you go. So the first thing we're going to need is a sheet of paper. This one is 12 by 18. We're going to need an 18-inch ruler. That way it's as long as our paper. We need a nice sharp pencil, and I've also got a spare eraser here in case the one on my pencil runs out. In my class, we're going to be completing this project over multiple days, so I'm going to break this video down into chapters that are little bite-sized pieces specific for each day in class. That way, if you're my student, you can follow along, get caught up if you miss a day. And what we're going to do for the first day is draw the chart. So we're going to create a chart where we're going to put all the mixed colors in, and mostly what we're going to get done today is drawing that detailed chart. So we could make this chart for any number of colors, but in my class we're going to do it for the number of colors that we have available to us in tempera paint. So we've got white, gray, black, and peach and brown as our neutrals, and then we're going to have red, magenta, orange, yellow, green, a light blue, regular blue, and a purple as our main colors. So we're going to create a chart that is 13 across, and also it's going to be 8 down. And I do want to try and center it in my paper. So if I think about it, 18 minus 13 is 5. So I'm going to put this 3 inches in from the left side. That way I have plenty of room to write on this side. So I'm making a little mark right here at 3 inches, and I've got my 0 at the edge of my paper. Do make sure that you find the 0 on your ruler. Mine happens to be the edge. A lot of the time there's a little gap between the edge of the ruler and where the 0 is. So make sure you're reading your ruler correctly. And I'm scooting my ruler down, and I'm going to make another mark at the 3 inches right here. And then I'm going to connect those dots. And this is going to be the vertical line on the left side. And since I don't have the measurement for the height yet, I just went ahead and drew it almost all the way across. This is actually going to be 9 boxes tall. And since that means that I'll have 3 boxes left over, to make it centered, I'm going to put my line at 1.5 inches down. Right here. Now, if you wanted to work in whole inches, you could go down to the 1 or the 2. I just want mine to be really centered. So I'm going to make also a mark at the bottom that is 1.5 inches up. Okay, so those are my 2 marks there. I'm going to scoot all the way over to the right side. Again, make sure your 0 is at the top. If you start with the 0 at the top, you need to finish with the 0 at the top. You could have started with the 0 at the bottom. I don't want to confuse you, but you could have, and then also have the 0 on the bottom on the other side. But again, 1.5 inches, since that's what I started with. Okay, and then I'm going to connect both of those. Okay, now this is playing tricks on my eyes and it doesn't feel like I measured it correctly, so I'm going to double check it. Although a lot of the time this just happens where your eyes start to play tricks on you when you draw really perfectly straight lines. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Now I have enough space here to make 9 boxes vertically. And I haven't put the right edge on yet, but I will have enough space for 13 boxes, which is gonna be here. I'll go ahead and mark that. Okay, now we just need to fill in the grid. So what I'm gonna do here is line up my ruler with the 0 at the top, at my top line, instead of at the top of my paper. And each of these squares is going to be 1 inch tall. So I'm going to make a mark every inch, all the way down this line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 is already done. Then I'm going to slide the ruler across, make sure my 0 is back at my top line, and then make a mark again at every inch. Now, you might be thinking, why do I have to measure it twice? Because we want these lines to be perfectly parallel, perfectly spaced. If they're not, we're gonna run into trouble when we're trying to paint and when we're trying to draw the diagonals. So we've put in all this work to make sure we've measured twice, so at both ends. Make sure your ruler lines up with both those marks before you draw that line. If you don't pay attention at this part, you're going to be frustrated because your lines will be all crooked and wonky, and you're going to be even more frustrated when you're trying to do one of the last steps. So pay attention to detail. Pay attention to detail right now. All right, there's a good spot. And I'm gonna keep doing this all the way down. And when I get done, I'll have 9 stripes. Okay, there we go. Now, we're gonna also draw vertical stripes, and we're just gonna make dashes out every 1 inch here and down here. Now, one thing I wanna point out is that we're only gonna have 8 full bars going this way, and then we'll just have 3 little spots and 2 little spots up here. So those are on this line. So because of that, I'm gonna line up my 0 at the left edge here. But I'm on the second line because I'm not gonna carry that stripe all the way up through this top bar all the way across. Now I don't really have to think here, I'm just making a mark at every inch. Make sure you're paying attention, getting your mark right on the inch, not accidentally at a different spot. And I'm gonna go all the way to 13, but 13's already done, so all the way to 12, and then 13's done. Okay, now I'm gonna scoot down to the bottom. I'm on my bottom line here. Remember to line your 0 up with that very edge, that left edge. My 13 is lined up well over here. Okay, and again, making a mark every inch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good. Now, for the first 3 columns, I am gonna draw the stripe all the way up through this top box. So, remember, take your time here. We've taken the time to measure those marks out, use them. That way your boxes are all equally spaced. Okay, third one. Now for the next 8, I'm not going to draw all the way through the top because I'm going to end up erasing this part of the bar. Alright, so here we go. 1 there. See, not all the way through the top stripe. Okay, that's 3. I'm going all the way to 8. Alright, about here you might be getting tired of making sure your dashes line up. Don't forget, don't stop doing it. You'll be happy later in this chart when you've done it correctly. Alright, that's 3, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, now I did forget. On 8, we are going to draw all the way up to the top because we need this left edge of the peach box. Alright, and then one more right here. Okay, there we go. So the chart is drawn out. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna erase our overdrawings. So I'm gonna erase here, these lines that I don't need. Don't erase part of the chart, just those lines that are overdrawn. They go past the chart. And then I'm also going to erase this little tie, this little line right here, because we're not using it. What we're going to do now is just labeling things. So we're going to start here on this line. This row will be red. This row will be magenta. Orange. Yellow. Green. Light blue. Blue. And purple. Okay, now technically you could do any colors here. So if you're doing this at home, you're not in my class, you could just use whatever colors you have available to you, and it may not be 8, it may be less, it may be more, then you'd need a bigger sheet of paper. But the important thing here is that we are experimenting with all the colors that we have at our disposal. All the colors that are available in my classroom are right here. Okay, now across the top. This one is going to be white. But when you mix white with a color, that is called a tint. So a tint of red is red mixed with white, pink. All right, next is a tone. A tone is when we mix gray with a color. It makes it more neutral. So here we're gonna have gray. Now, you could spell gray with an A or an E, depending on what you like. And then our last little column right here is going to be black. When you mix black with a color, it's called a shade. So think about your shadow, right? It's adding black to the colors that are already there. So the shade of red will end up here, the tone or mixed with gray will end up here, and the tint will end up here. And then this little box will be our pure version of each of these colors. Okay, let's go over to the right side while we're thinking about it. And here we're gonna do peach and brown. Okay, now the reason we do this is because sometimes colors don't look good when you mix black or white with them. They look a lot warmer and nicer if you use peach and brown. So for example, when you mix yellow with black, it can go kind of green, which isn't what you want. But if you mix yellow with brown, it can be a nice, warm, darker version of yellow. And so that's going to be part of what we explore as we fill out this chart. These top 5 boxes will be the pure versions of the colors listed above them. This center section is going to be a repeat of our colors here. So each of these columns will be the same as each of the rows. So we're going to start with red, magenta, orange. Ooh. Try not to overwrite. Yellow, green, light blue, blue, and purple. In each section, we're going to mix the colors that overlap. So as we read this chart, if we look at red, red is going to get mixed with each of these colors that we read across. So red mixed with white, mixed with gray, mixed with black. When we get to red mixed with red, that's actually just going to be a solid block of red. So that's going to be our example of what red straight out of the bottle looks like. Then we'll do red mixed with magenta, orange, yellow, green, and all the way across to peach and brown. And then we'll do that all the way down, and what will happen is we'll end up having this diagonal right here that is going to be our pure colors. Red, magenta, orange, yellow, green, light blue, blue, purple. This column won't have any solid colors, and these columns will not. Their pure colors will be up here. Okay, everywhere that is not going to be a pure color, an unmixed color, is going to have a diagonal stripe through it. So right here, we don't want to do that where red overlaps red. So we're just gonna go 1 to the right of that. And we're gonna draw a diagonal through these squares. Now what we wanna do is line up our ruler so that it goes through the top corner here, the upper left corner, and the lower right corner of this first box. Now, if we do that correctly, we should go through the rest of the boxes that way, but I'm not lined up perfectly, so I just need to keep pushing this out. Okay, so now when I look down the ruler, I see a bunch of half boxes, a bunch of triangles, perfect right triangles, and I'm just gonna draw this diagonal. Just like that, okay? Then I'm gonna keep doing that all the way across, but I'm not gonna do it in the peach and the brown box up here, but I am gonna do it in all the ones below there. Now, one thing to note is I am a lefty. That means I hold my pencil in my left hand and my ruler is in my right hand. If you are a righty, you wanna have your pencil in your right hand and your ruler under your left. So you wanna work with the ruler to the left of your pencil if you are right-handed. So I'm gonna line this up just like this, and you can see I've got half the squares sticking out, and I'm going through each of those corners beautifully. All right, so right-handed, just like this. Take it away, looking good, okay? Now I'm gonna go back to being my normal left-handed self. So if you're a lefty, your ruler is under your right hand. There we go. Sometimes, when people aren't really familiar, don't work a lot with rulers and drawing straight lines this way, I see them try to set up in an awkward position to where they're like crossing their arms, right? You should always be working on the side that is closest to your dominant hand. Don't work harder, work smarter. Sometimes you have to work hard too, but we definitely want to make it easier where we can. Okay, and you can see I'm slowly moving up into this corner. Now, if you didn't draw your squares correctly, these diagonal lines are gonna get all kinds of messed up and you're gonna have a really frustrating time. And you may have to start your chart over. So hopefully you're paying attention from the beginning. Okay, my last little square on this side. Okay, notice I'm not going through this one, right? Not going through the peach one. Okay, now we've done the right side, we're gonna do the left side. So I don't wanna go through where red and red overlap. I'll go just to the left of it. And again, I'm not going up into these top 3 squares, those are gonna be my pure colors, or pure neutrals. Okay, that looks good. And I just did the thing that I told you not to do. I just did the awkward thing. But it wasn't that uncomfortable for me. If it feels uncomfortable, either it's new or you're doing it wrong. And it's good to figure out which one it is. Alright, looking good. Gonna keep going. Double check that you have all your squares lined up. Sometimes what can happen is you can get off, right? Go down 2 and go over 1. Look, if you have weird little cutouts here, you're not lined up correctly. Make the correction. getting close to being finished. Last one. Yay! Okay, now we just want to look for any weirdnesses. Look for anything that doesn't feel quite right. This is correct. This is what it should look like. Look on yours, make sure you didn't accidentally draw your diagonals a weird way. Okay, and that is going to be a good stopping point for the first day. If you just want to keep going, you can just keep watching the video, but this would be the point at which we wrap up for the day in my classroom. So we won't need the ruler, the pencil, or eraser anymore, so we'll go ahead and put those things away. And then if you're ready to get started painting, we'll go ahead and get paint prepared. Okay guys, so after finishing drawing the chart, we're ready to start painting. That's probably going to be day 2 if you're in my class. So there's just a few things that we need to get started. Okay, so to get started, we definitely need to get your chart out. We need a bowl of water. You should have some paintbrushes if you're in my class, a set that looks kind of like this. So we need to pick the right paintbrush. We'll need a paper towel, and I will have filled up a paint tray for you if you're in my class. If you're not in my class, you can do something like this for yourself. So with our paints, there are so many colors that we're going to be using that we're just going to start with the warm colors plus our neutrals. Notice that I have 2 whites because one of these I'm going to mix and make into our gray. We don't have a bottle of gray in our classroom, so we're just going to make our own gray. We want to make sure that we are using the right kind of paintbrush for what we're doing today. This one is a super fine little detail brush, and this is not appropriate for what we're doing because we're going to be filling in some spaces, not trying to do fine little details, so I'm going to set this one aside. Also, this brush, which is a 1/2 inch wide, it's too big. Our squares are just 1 inch wide, and it's going to be too much to try and make everything fit into that square. So then I have these 3 brushes left, so I just want something that's in the middle range. Whatever you're most comfortable with is fine. I'm going to use a round because that's going to allow me to get into my corners really easily, as well as fill the space. But you could use these 2 if that makes you more comfortable. So let's bounce back to that gray. Now we're going to mix our own gray, and we want to make it like a 50% gray. That doesn't mean that we're mixing half white and half black, because something that we're going to learn as we're mixing colors is that darker colors, or colors that are more potent or vibrant, can overtake colors that are less dominant. And I'm going to use those terms a lot. I'm going to say that black is a very dominant color, white is a very non-dominant color. And then there are colors that are in between, but yellow's definitely non-dominant, red's more dominant. So what that means is that black is going to easily overtake our white. And whenever you're mixing a color, you want to start with mostly your non-dominant or your lighter color, and add in a little bit of your dominant or your dark color at a time so that you don't overwhelm that light color too quickly. When we're talking about grays, we need to talk about different variations of gray, different values. So it can be helpful to think of grays as percentages. So if gray is 100%, white is 0%, we want a 50% gray, something halfway between. If you mixed half black, half white, you'd probably end up with like a 90% gray, something super dark. We don't want it too light. We don't want like a 20% gray, a really light gray. We want something halfway in between. So what we're gonna do is take a scoop of black and just start to mix that into our white. And you want to really make sure to get all the way down to the bottom of that well if you've got a paint tray that has wells in it. That way you don't have some white just sitting at the bottom. So that 1 scoop of black really got me close to my 50% gray. Alright, so I could leave it here. If I feel like this is good, I could go a little bit darker if I think I need to.
but I'm actually happy with that. I took a big scoop of black and just mixed it into that white. So you can see now that black is super dominant and white is very non-dominant. Okay, so that's gonna be my gray. Later, we probably will have to make more gray, and you just wanna make sure that you make the same tone of gray so that our chart looks consistent across. As we are starting to paint, we're gonna start by painting all of our pure colors. So since I already have gray paint on my brush, let's go ahead and paint that gray in first. Now I'm gonna put my paint tray here where you can see it, but I wanna recommend that you put your paint tray off to the side that you paint with. So I'm left-handed, so I should put my paint tray off to the left side. If you're right-handed, put it off to the right side. That way you're not reaching across your paper to get your paint, you're reaching off of your paper. Okay, so I'm gonna fill in this square very nice and neatly. Prior to this in my class, we've been using watercolor paint. So remember, with watercolor, you want it to be translucent. You don't want it to be opaque. You want to see the paper through it. Tempera paint is the opposite. You do not want to see through it. So you want to make sure you're getting enough paint, that you're covering up the paper, and that you are painting in neatly in your square. Now I have a lot of years of practice, right? So my square is gonna look pretty good. I went outside my lines a little bit though, so I just want you to be kind to yourself, right? If you go outside the lines, we can paint over it and cover it up, but I also want you to be mindful and be learning to control your brush and keep the paint where you intend it to go. Okay, I'm gonna wipe this extra paint back onto my tray as best I can. And then I'm going to rinse out my paint. Now, just for demonstration here, I'm gonna put my bowl where you can see it for a second. We wanna make sure that we rinse the brush out completely. Now, one thing I want you to note, do not do this to your brush on the bottom of the bowl. Don't press it flat like that, you'll damage the bristles. When I put my brush in the bowl, I do touch the bottom, but I never press it completely flat. I'm pressing it only as much as I press it on my paper. We only need to bend the bristles a little bit to really get at that extra paint out of there. And then I still have paint here on this metal part that holds the bristles in. That's called the ferrule. And I'm gonna wipe that off on my paper towel. Okay, I'm not gonna put my bowl back in the screen anymore, so hopefully you were paying attention to those instructions. Okay, so I'm gonna wipe extra paint off right there. Now, part of the reason we have a paper towel is to get extra water out of our brush. Tempera paint, we don't want to water it down. So after you rinse out your brush, you're gonna need to get the excess water out of it. And so I'm just gently rolling the brush on here, not pressing too hard on the bristles. Some people will like pinch and squeeze. You can accidentally pull your bristles out of your brush if you do that. So please don't do that, be careful. Let's continue here. We're gonna go ahead and paint the white. I know, you're probably thinking, why paint the white? The paper's already white. Well, because you can see it. The paint does look different than the bare paper. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And if you are in my class, when we do projects, my expectation is that if you want something to be white, you need to paint it white. Okay, once that looks nice, I'm gonna rinse my brush out. Let's go ahead and do black. Now, I am recording this, so I'm not going to turn my paper because it's going to be disorienting to keep spinning my paper around on video. But at your desk or wherever you're working, feel free to spin your paper around so that you can get your hand at a better angle to fill in your shapes. There's no need to keep your paper right side up all the time unless you're doing a demo, which is what I'm doing. Okay. Let's go ahead and finish off our neutrals. We'll do peach and brown next. So by this point, you've probably noticed that different colors can feel like different thicknesses. Like this peach feels very thick in comparison to the black, which feels like a very thin paint. Some of that might be caused by the brand of paint you're using, but also for some reason, different pigments or colorants, things that give the paint its color, can affect how thick or viscous the paint feels. One thing I've noticed is that the orange that we use feels very thin in comparison to the other colors, more watery. Okay, let's do brown. Notice how I'm keeping the point of my bristles pointed at the edge of the space that I'm filling. This is a good strategy for staying inside your lines because you can see where you're applying the paint. Also notice that I'm not pushing down hard with the brush. You don't have to press down on the brush to get it to put paint on the paper. I'm kind of having to turn my hand a funny way here, but you don't have to. Turn your paper. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, now as we finish over here, you're probably noticing that your black and gray look a little mottled, meaning there are light and dark areas. That's because paint changes a little bit as it dries. I can never remember if it's gonna get a little bit lighter or a little bit darker, but don't worry about it looking kind of streaky right now. Wait for it to dry completely before you decide if you need to do a second coat to even it out. Okay, let's go ahead and do our warm colors. We're not gonna get to our cool colors today because we're not gonna put those in our palette until we're ready to start mixing them. We're just gonna focus on the warm colors for now. I do wanna point something out. I've noticed when I'm shopping around for magentas that there are two basic types of magenta that you can buy. One looks like this, kind of like a hot pink, but other magentas, so this is the one I'm using, that we'll be using in my classroom, and then this one, these are both labeled magenta. Look at how much darker this one on the left looks. This magenta is more similar to the ink that would be in a color printer. So this is more similar to a true magenta. This is just called magenta, but it is a pink. Both can work fine, it just depends on what you're looking for. With this type of magenta, you can actually replace your red completely because you can make orange, you can make red out of this by mixing orange or yellow with it and do the whole color wheel with magenta rather than red. With this magenta, this one that's more like a pink, you're gonna have an easier time getting immediately to pink and making very light pinks. You can get to those colors with this one, but you're gonna need a lot more white and maybe some more experience than with this one. So in the past, I've used this one in my classroom on our chart, but for this time, I'm gonna use this light one just so that we can see how this looks different, because when I've used this darker magenta, it and this red have a very similar outcome in the color mixes. So
I'm looking to get more variety and more information by using this more pinky magenta. So now you can tell the difference between these two, whereas when I was using the darker magenta, the red and magenta looked very similar in color and would not have shown up as well on camera. So let's go ahead and fill in this red. So look, remember that we put all these diagonals through here, but we did not put them through where the pure colors would go. And you can also double check that this is where red and red overlap. And so that's where I'm going to paint my red. That's looking really nice. Notice how I'm completely covering the paper. I'm not leaving any white spaces, and you can't see through my paint. Right, nice creamy layer of paint. Okay, that looks good. Now, one thing I've noticed, some of my students try to make the paint spread more than it should. So I'm gonna just show you that. Oh, that's orange. Okay, so with magenta, I can make a little bit of this paint spread really far, but it starts to look like watercolor, or if your brush is dry, it can start to look dry and grainy. We don't want that, right? This is not correct. The way it's translucent or kind of see-through, that's not what we want. We want it to be thick and covered up. So I'm gonna go back and get some more paint. Now look at how much thicker that is. Now I don't see through it, right? Maybe I do a little bit, but it's definitely covering a lot better than before. So getting that opacity, or to where it's not see-through, is really important. It's one of the qualities of tempera paint that we're supposed to achieve. Okay, that looks pretty good. Right into orange here. Now, again, this orange feels a little bit soupy, so I'm just making sure that I get enough to cover up my paper. Now, if you're working with a different set of paints, you may not have the same experience, right? It may not be your orange that's watery, maybe a different color. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Okay, and every time I'm rinsing my brush off, I'm also dabbing it on the paper towel to get the extra water out of the bristles so I'm not watering down my tempera paint. So remember to do that. And let's go ahead and paint yellow, and that's going to be our last pure color for today. Now, yellow is a color that is a little bit see-through. It's naturally a bit translucent. So when you paint, if you paint over your pencil lines, you'll still be able to see the pencil line through it. That's good to know, because if you are doing a project and you want to paint yellow over an area, it's good to know that you need to erase your pencil outlines so that they're very faint or non-existent. So that way it doesn't show through your paint later. Some colors like red, brown, black, they'll cover up a pencil line, but yellow and some other pale colors will not.
Okay, we're gonna get into the mixing portion now. And what we're really just gonna focus on this time or today is gonna be making our tints, tones, and shades of each of our colors. And we also wanna manage our paint palette well so that we're not having to constantly make room. Let's start with red. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a couple of scoops of red and put them right here in this center area, which is for mixing. Now, I'm gonna do 3 scoops of red and see if that is too much or too little for what I need to mix, and hopefully it's just the right amount. Now, before I go get my white to make my first tint of red, I'm gonna rinse my brush out so that I don't put red paint into my white, because then later when I'm mixing my white into my yellow, that little bit of red's gonna turn my yellow orange, and it won't be a true tint of yellow. So make sure you rinse your brush between picking up different colors. Okay, so I did 3 scoops of red, and I'm going to make tints, tones, and shades all with this same little splotch of red. So I want to make sure as I'm mixing that I'm managing how I mix my paint. So first thing I'm going to do here is grab 1 scoop of red, 1 scoop of white, and I'm going to mix that just with this end of the red paint. See, I'm not using all the red paint because I'm saving the rest of it for later. So notice we've got a sort of a light pink here. This kind of matches what the darker magenta looks like. Okay, once I've got that mixed, I'm gonna paint that here in the bottom section of this square, the bottom triangle. I'm sorry, I'm actually gonna paint this in the top half. I'm sorry to throw you off in the first second. The first mixed color. Okay, I'm gonna paint this in the top half. Nice thing about tempera color is I can paint over that bottom half. Okay, so this top half of our square is going to be our darker tint. So it's red with a little bit of white. So that should be close to a 1-to-1 ratio. So that means 1 scoop of white, 1 scoop of red. I'm gonna paint over this bottom half with my 2 scoops of white, 1 scoop of red. So this is gonna be a lighter shade, and I'm doing it in that order so that then I can do my gray and my black, and it will make kind of a continuous value scale. So I'm gonna rinse out my brush again. Gonna go back to this same area of red that I've mixed with white, this same tint of red, grab a scoop of white and mix that in here. Now I don't have to mix all of that previously made pink into my new version of pink because I want to make this value even lighter than the previous one, and that'll be easier if I don't use all of that darker pink. So now I've got a pretty nice light pink. I could go even lighter by adding even more white. So in a project, if you want a super light pink, you would actually start with a lot of white and just add a little bit of red, but we're just doing, this is like a 2-to-1 ratio, 2 scoops of white, 1 scoop of red. And I'm gonna paint that in the lower half of this square. Just paint right over where I made the mistake before. I hate that I did that right off the bat, but it is a good opportunity for you to see what to do if you make a mistake. It's fine. You can just paint over it. Okay, and that is done. Okay, let's go ahead and do the shade. So that is red mixed with black. Now, black is a very strong color, so I'm actually not gonna do a whole scoop. I'm just gonna do a little bit, like a half scoop, like just a little dab, and mix that into my red here. And I'm still leaving some pure red in the middle. Notice that I'm not touching this middle area of red. And that's gonna make a nice dark red. You might call this maroon, might call it burgundy. Okay, and I'm gonna put this version right here. This is gonna be my lighter version. So I'm gonna put it on the bottom, but note that this is my 1-to-1 ratio. It's not even really 1-to-1, it's like 1/2 to 1. Okay, that's a really nice dark red. Then, for the top half, we're gonna mix a little bit more black. So I'm rinsing out my brush, going back for a little bit more. Still only gonna do like a half dab. And then I'm gonna mix that into the remaining color. Now, one thing you'll notice if you scooped a lot of black is that this is gonna get super dark and may even look just like it's black. Looking at that, I wanna see, does that look different enough from my previous color? It looks a little different, but I would like it to look more different. So I'm actually gonna rinse out my brush again and go back for some more black paint. Because I want that difference. I want there to be more contrast. I want there to be a bigger difference. Okay, so this on camera probably looks the same as this black, but it is slightly redder. Oops, just stuck my hand in wet paint. Careful. Okay, I'm gonna paint that here. Now, as we're doing this, we don't wanna make all of these boxes here just look like black paint, so we wanna be careful not to mix too much black. We still wanna see the color a little bit. This is definitely on the darker end. Okay, and now I'm gonna do my gray, my tone. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here and get a little bit of gray, just a regular scoop here, and I'm gonna start to mix that with the red that I have saved here in the middle. Gonna be careful not to over mix it into my white and black. It might get in there a little bit, but we don't wanna do that too much. Now, what's interesting about adding gray is that we're not making the color lighter or darker, we're making it more dull. We're taking away the saturation. If you've ever edited a photo on your camera, you might notice that there's a slider on your phone camera that says saturation, where you're taking away how vibrant or bright the colors are and making them closer to gray. That's exactly what we're doing here. So this version is 1-to-1. I'm gonna put that in the bottom half. Oh, I got a little bit of paint out there. Oh well. So what you should notice is that this color, although it's the same value as our original red, it's a little less bright. It's not quite as popping red. Okay, we're gonna do our second version here. Another scoop of gray. Gonna mix that in with what we've already made. And it should go even more neutral, even less saturated, more dull, right? That's a lot of different ways of saying that it's less colorful. What's interesting about this color is that this is probably like a really nice lip gloss or rouge blush color. Or getting close to it anyway. Okay, so there we have it. Our tints, tones, and shades of red. Now we're gonna do that in magenta. So if I was careful and I kept all my red colors over here on this side, I still have half of my paint tray open to where I can mix my magenta over here before I need to clean out my paint tray. So I'm gonna start with 3 scoops again, because that worked out well. All right, that looks really good. And let's start with the tint again. So I'm gonna take white, mix that in with just this third of the magenta paint, saving the rest of it for my tones and shades. That looks really nice. That's a nice pink. Okay, so remember with our first tint, we're gonna put it in the top half because it's gonna end up being darker. See how different that is? So even though red mixed with white makes pink, the magenta that we're using, at least in my classroom, looks very different. This is because the pigment, the thing that makes it the color it is different. It's not just red and white. Okay, let's get some more white. We're gonna add that to our tint that we already have. Get it mixed all the way in there. Make sure that the color isn't marbleized right now so we get a nice even color. Okay, that looks good. Gonna put this in the bottom half. Now, one thing I just want to make sure is that visually I can look at this and say, okay, that's definitely lighter than this part. And it is. Right? If you didn't mix enough white, or maybe you accidentally added in some more of the original color, there may not be enough color difference. You just want to be able to see that difference. All right, I'm going to move on to my shade. Now, the reason I go from the tint to the shade and then back to the tone is because if I make a mistake, right? So if I mix my shade over here and I kind of run out of space, if I mix a tint and a shade together, I'm really making a tone because I'm mixing the color, black and white. And we know that we mixed black and white to make our gray. So that's why I save the tone for last in case I kind of run out of space and I need to like kind of make it work. All right, so just a little bit of black here. Let's start mixing this over here. That is a very interesting color. Okay. This is going to be my lighter version of my lighter shade, so I'm putting it in the bottom half because we're doing the light value on bottom and the dark value on top. That really reads as purple, right? When I just look at this shade that I've made of magenta, it looks like a purple. Okay, now to mix some more black in and make my darker shade. And again, I just want it to be dark enough that it's not black, but that I can see the difference between this color and the last one, and I really went overboard with my black. That's really too dark, so I'm going to try and get some more magenta in here. Just mix it in part. There we go. That I can tell is not black. And I'm going to paint it here. These look very similar. I may need to make this version lighter. In fact, that is what I'm gonna do. Okay, these two values look too similar, and this is as dark as I can get it without it just looking like black. So what I'm gonna do is mix a little bit more magenta in to get a slightly lighter version. And you can see I'm gonna lose all my magenta, and that's okay. I'll come back to that and fix it later. Let's see how this looks. It still looks the same. Now what I don't want to do is accidentally get some white in there, because then I have a tone, not a shade. It's still looking the same. I'm going to get some more magenta paint. So you may not be having this problem, but it's good for you to see me have it, right? So that you know what to do if you do run into this problem. Okay, how's that looking? Okay, I think I can see a difference now. They're still very similar. I'm not sure how much it comes across on the camera, but they should be different enough. Yep, okay, now, here's what I was talking about with the tone. I don't necessarily need to add gray to this, right? Because I have 3 colors here that I've mixed. I've had magenta, I have white, and I have black. So if I mix that light version of magenta and that dark version of magenta, I'll be mixing gray, right? Because black and white is gray even if it's already in another color. So that's gonna make my tone. Okay, so there's my first tone. I'm gonna put that in the bottom half. Notice how it's different from this tint and from this shade. It shouldn't look like either of those. It should look like a muted version, a less vibrant version of the original color. Okay, now to make this more neutral is my goal, right? I'm trying to make this less saturated. I'm not trying to make it darker. So just adding more of my darker version of magenta won't work. I need to add more of my light magenta and my dark magenta so that it is more gray. And I'm gonna get some more white here. Okay, I still need some more white to make sure that that is a good value. Make sure it's not like because right now what I've done is kind of mix in at 80% gray, and remember we're trying to aim for a 50% gray. So I'm gonna get some more white here. Okay. That looks more neutral. That's what we want. Okay, that looks good. Now, I'm gonna set my chart aside because we're gonna have to clean out the middle of this paint tray so that we can do the next 2 colors.
Hey guys, Future Hannah here. Based on where I am in the edit, this is where I should have called it for the end of a class period. So if it is actually time to clean up, keep watching and follow the instructions for cleaning out the middle of your paint tray and then get to cleaning up as normal. And then we'll finish the tints, tones, and shades of orange and yellow tomorrow or in the next chapter. What I'm going to show you is how to clean this out quickly without having to go to the sink, right? Because in my classroom, I can't have everybody waiting to use the sink. So this is how we're going to clean it up in my classroom. First, I'm going to take half of my paper towel here that I've already used, and I'm going to wipe up as much of this paint that's in the middle of my tray as possible. When you're washing paint out of your tray, you don't want to wash it all down the sink. All that stuff will clog up your drain and make your sink run slow, and then you have to get a plumber. So we're gonna wipe all that out with a paper towel as much as we can. It doesn't have to be clean, we just want less actual paint in there. So notice that this is gonna get more messy before it gets clean. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now what I'm gonna do is take a clean part of this paper towel, just dip it in my water a little bit. Now the water doesn't have to be clean. See how pink my water is? That's fine. It still gets the paint out of the tray. Okay, and I need a new paper towel now. Okay, again, paper towel, the water doesn't have to be clean. There we go. That's working, and we just want to work carefully so that we don't accidentally push the paint out into our pure colors. And I'm just using it like a squeegee. I'm pressing it down and then pulling it across. There we go. So now we're ready to do orange and yellow. And just throw those paper towels away or set them on your desk to throw them away later. Hey, welcome back to day 3. I do want to say something. I've broken this video down into chapters based on how long my class periods are. So if you're in my class, hopefully you're able to finish one chapter each day. But sometimes stuff happens. Maybe you're out of class for some reason and you have to make up a day and so you're a little behind. Or maybe we get behind because there's a fire drill or something like that, right? Hopefully we're working on one whole day chapter at a time, but sometimes stuff happens and that's just not how it works out. Also, if you're not in my class, you may just be trucking along through as many of the chapters as you want. But I have tried to break it down into these chapters that are easy to click through to the place where you left off. That's the goal. So if we're not finishing exactly at the end of a chapter, that's okay. That's just the way things work out sometimes. All right, let's dive into day 3. We're gonna finish up tints, tones, and shades of orange and yellow, and then we're gonna get straight into mixing peach and brown with each of our warm colors and painting those. All right, guys, welcome back to day 3. So make sure you've got your bowl of water, your paper towel, your paintbrush, and your paint ready to go. Okay, we're gonna go through the same process. Start getting my orange. Now my orange is very thin, so I may need to get more than 3 scoops to make sure I get enough paint. That's probably good right there. That looks about the same amount. Okay, get some white for our first tint. Mix that in there. There we go. That's a good color. Okay, remember the first tint is going to be our darker value, so we're going to put it in the top half.
There we go, that looks good. Gonna wipe this extra paint back into the tray. Rinse out my brush. Go back for another scoop of white and mix it right there. This kind of reminds me of like a push pop, I think. Do you know what those are? You know, those Flintstone ones or something? Or like an orange sherbet. Okay, that looks good. We can see the difference between the two tints of orange. The second one definitely looks lighter. If it didn't, I would need to add more white, but we are doing just fine. That looks good. Okay, now for the shade. Remember, just a half dab of black, because it's very overpowering. I'm going to set some of that black paint aside, just wipe it off right there. Kind of turns brown, which makes sense because brown is basically dark neutral orange. Okay, a little bit more black. So I still have some black here that I haven't fully mixed in. So I'm just gonna fully mix that in first. And I'm gonna grab some of this black that I set aside. Let's see if that's enough to get it darker first. And I'm really spreading my paint out, which isn't a great thing. You really wanna keep it all kind of piled up so that you can paint with it. Is that different enough? I could go a little bit darker. I'm gonna add a little bit more black. Just a smidge. When you spread out your paint too much as you're mixing it, it can become an issue because then you can't really paint with it. So I've gotta be careful here. Gotta kind of keep all this paint together. Okay, that's better. I wish I hadn't spread it out so much, but I can deal with it. There we go. Okay, now for the tone. Oh shoot, I just painted that in the tone space. You get to see me make a lot of mistakes in this video. Oh well. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Paint this darker value and the top half. Oh, that looks like the lighter value. Okay, mix some more orange with it because I'm running out of paint. Paint it in the bottom half. I can't believe I did that. Hopefully you saw my mistake as it was happening and you didn't make it with me, but I understand if you did and I'm sorry. Okay, put a little bit more black in here. That's really like nothing. Okay. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna let this middle square dry before I paint over it with my tone. So while I'm waiting for that, I'm gonna go ahead and jump ahead to yellow. So I'm putting my yellow over here. And yellow is a color, is a non-dominant color. So I'm gonna get a little bit extra of it because it's gonna take more of it to stay yellow. Take a scoop of white, make my first tint. We just want it to look different enough, right? So when you mix white with yellow, you may not see a lot of difference. It's harder to get more values of yellow because it's already such a light color. But you just want to be able to look at it and go, oh yeah, I can tell that I mixed white with that area. Ooh, there's some orange got in there. Okay, I think I covered it up well enough. There we go. Okay, another scoop of white. That is a lot lighter. That's what we want. Oh, I feel like there's still some orange paint in my brush. I may need to get some new water. Let me pause right here. Okay, I got some clean water. My water was too dirty for my yellow paint to look good. Alright, so now I'm gonna finish painting this tint of yellow. Okay, and I'm just gonna put a little bit more right here. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna check on those yellows after they dry and make sure that they're actually two different values, one lighter than the other. I may have to repaint that one. All right, now with my shade, so on the orange, I added too much black right away. Yellow is gonna go super dark even faster. So I'm just barely getting a little bit of black paint to mix in there. I'm gonna wipe the rest off right here because the yellow is gonna turn really fast. Okay, that's good right there. It's gonna be my lighter shade. You'll probably notice the yellow turns kind of green and it's kind of a gross green, right? That's a good thing to know because there may be a weird situation where you want this color and now you know how to get it, or now you know how not to darken your yellow because you don't want it to look like this. Okay, I'm gonna get that other little dab of black that I had right there. Mix that in and try to get a slightly darker value. I'm gonna go back and grab just a little bit more black. Remember, the second one you just want to be darker. Just be able to look at it and go, yep, that's a little bit darker. Okay. There we go. That's a nice shade. This could make a really nice grass green, you know, because grass isn't really like a bright apple green. So that's good to know. And let's do the tone. All right, scoop of gray. Mixed into my yellow right here in the center. Put that in the bottom half. Definitely looks different from regular yellow. Okay, and then we need to get some more gray. Make it even more neutral. I actually got a little bit too much yellow here in the middle. Alright, I'm gonna make sure that that looks different from the first tone. Yeah, I think I can see a difference. It's very slight, but it's there. Okay, now my orange has had time to dry, so I'm going to go in there and patch up my tone. And we are getting to the end of this section. Okay, there's a good tone. Paint that right over there. That looks good. Some more gray. Okay. Yep, definitely looks different. And just try to cover up that mistake. I may have to do 2 coats. We are starting our peach and brown mixes with our warm colors. So the main reason we're doing this is because I want you to be able to compare what it looks like to mix a color with peach versus white or brown versus black, because they can be very different, and that may be a positive thing. It may be something that you want your color to feel more warm, because peach and brown are warm neutrals. White and black are more pure, more dead center neutrals, not leaning more towards warm or cool. But black also has a tendency to make warm colors feel more cool as you mix them. Just like we figured out that it kind of makes yellow turn green. So let's see what happens when we mix red with peach. So I'm not mixing 3 colors this time, I'm just mixing 2. So I'm just gonna do 2 scoops of red. And maybe if I work small enough, I won't have to mix out my tray after 2 colors. Let's see what happens. Get a scoop of peach, mix that with half of my red. And remember, we're gonna do this twice. We're gonna make a darker and a lighter version. Okay, that's pretty nice. Gonna put that right here in the top half of my peach and red column box. Now already, hopefully you're looking at this and going, oh, that feels a little bit different from red and white. Okay. Then I'm gonna get another scoop of peach. And do a little bit more here. There we go, that's definitely looking different, much lighter. And you'll notice, if you compare this to red mixed with white, rather than red mixed with peach, that this feels a lot warmer. makes sense because you're mixing peach, which is kind of an orangish, reddish, very light color. Whereas when you mix white, it's just cooler. It's just lighter, whereas this also takes it to a more warm place. Okay, now let's do brown. Scoop of brown, mixing with my red. Now hopefully my brown didn't overpower my red too much. Still want it to look like red. Like when I look at this color, I should still think red. This is going to be my lighter value, so I'm going to put it in the lower half. Now one thing I want you to think about, to check on, look at the squares that we painted yesterday, the tints, tones, and shades. If you have little white spaces in between your corners, you need to make sure you're painting all the way into your corners. You should not have little white gaps. It's better for you to overlap your paint a little bit than to leave white borders. It just looks nicer, looks more finished. So if that was something you were struggling with yesterday, let's try and correct it today. Okay. Another scoop of brown. Mix that in, and I want to make sure that I can tell the difference, right? That they look different. Okay, so I'm going to start to paint this here. They look very similar. So I'm going to add a little bit more brown. And it is getting difficult because the red and brown are very similar in value. The same amount of dark or lightness. And it is just kind of turning to brown. So I wish I had done a little bit less on my first version, but that is just a note for me to take now and do better on when I get to my next color. Okay, hopefully as these dry, I can see a little bit of difference between them. And I can see a difference between the brown and the brown mixed with red, so that's good. Okay. That's it, and I didn't take up a lot of space, so that's good. Let's do magenta next. 2 scoops of magenta. Go. Clean my brush before I go get my peach. All right. Let's do this. You should definitely take a look at the difference between peach and magenta and white and magenta. It's gonna look different. Okay, that's good. Thoroughly mixed. Put that in the top half because that's gonna be my darker value. And look at how different that looks from the red in peach. All right, that's a good thing to know if you're trying to get to a specific pink. Which type of pink do you want? Is it more reddish, more magenta-ish? Okay, second scoop of peach. Mix that in. And I'm making sure every time that I mix these thoroughly that my paint isn't marbled. It isn't, I don't want to be able to see separate colors after I mix it. It should all look like one uniform color. Okay, that looks good. Those look super different. All right, let's do the brown. Not too much. I overdid it last time. Let's just start with a half scoop. Okay, that looks completely mixed. So let's put that in the bottom half. It's a really interesting pink color. Okay. Wipe off some of that extra paint because I think I'm gonna need it. Alright, now a little bit more brown. Remember, as you go, if your paint seems like it's getting watered down, you probably need to dry your brush after you rinse it off. Okay, can I see the difference? Yes. It's a really, I don't know how I feel about this color. Feels like the same and yet different from the brown and the red. Okay, that's it for magenta. Let's move along to orange. I still have plenty of space here, yay! So orange, orange, and just a little bit more. Okay, that's probably good. Let's mix in our first scoop of peach. Looks nice. Okay, I like that. Looks very similar to the orange mixed with white, not a huge difference, probably because peach is a lot of white mixed with a little bit of orange already. Okay, another scoop of peach. Alright, can we tell the difference? Not a huge difference. I could have gone darker at first, but it does look different, so we're good. Alright, now orange and brown. If you need a darker orange, is black or brown gonna be the right way for you to go? Okay, that's gonna be my lighter version. That's a nice darker orange. There we go. And then put some more brown in it. Now, as I've said before, brown is basically orange, but less vibrant, darker. So we're kind of mixing orange with a darker version of itself. So it's gonna look good. I'm gonna push that even darker. Just gonna take a little bit of brown and just blend it straight on my paper. Okay, so when you're mixing brown with orange, you may not be able to get as dark as if you mix black, because brown's just not as dark as black, but you can get pretty dark. And it's definitely a good way to create a shadow on an orange object. If black is just feeling too cool, it's not feeling warm enough. Oh, got a little bit of water right there. I'll just dab that up. If you spill on your paper, don't wipe. You'll smear it, you'll tear up the paper. Dab, press, hold, pick it up without rubbing. Then it'll look really nice and clean. Okay, I want to just do yellow, just get right into yellow. So I have this one well that's empty, so I'm going to put my yellow in there and mix it there. Whoop. Okay, that should do it. Okay, scoop of peach. Now this is going to look very different from yellow mixed with black or white. It's going to feel a lot warmer. It's going to feel a lot more peach. Alright. That looks pretty nice. So peach and yellow are like the same value. So you're not really changing how light or dark this is. You're just changing how yellow it is. Alright, there we go. Scrape some of that back. And get some more peach. Remember, we just want to be able to see the difference. This would be a really good color. You might want this for like, if you're painting a sunset. This might look better than yellow mixed with white. That's looking really peach. It's not the same as my original peach, but it is definitely a lot closer. Okay, let's do yellow and brown. Just a little bit, because yellow is a non-dominant color and brown is definitely dominant, and we don't want to overwhelm it. So if you're trying to create a shadow, a yellow, on a yellow object, mixing brown might be a better solution than mixing black, because black takes it kind of green. Brown keeps it warm. Put this in the bottom half. So you see, this can be a much better solution to making the color still feel yellow, still feel warm. Now it might be that you want the yellow to turn kind of green in the shadow, depending on what kind of object you're shading. Okay, another dab of brown. Remember, we don't want to overpower our original color. We still want to look at it and say, okay, yeah, that's yellow. Or at least be able to say, yeah, that doesn't look like the original brown. Okay, that's feeling very thin. I'm going to try and put some more paint down on the paper. But remember, yellow just is kind of thin, and so sometimes that's just what happens, and you may need to do 2 coats to really get it to work. Okay, that looks pretty good. So that's going to finish our warm colors mixed with peach and brown. And now we're going to take a little break and clean our paint tray. So I'm going to move this aside. And I'm just going to go over this again because, you know, we've slept since the last time we painted, potentially. Remember, we don't want to wash this paint down the sink. It'll clog up our sink drain. So I'm going to take my paper towel and just squeegee it out of there. Doesn't matter if we smear and make a mess because we're going to clean it up more later. Alright, as much of that up in the paper towel as possible. Hold it over, and I'm going to go in again. This time I'm going to get those edges. Try not to smear it into my other colors of paint. Okay. Then with another paper towel, dip this in water. Remember, my water doesn't need to be clean, it'll still work. And just squeegee that around. It's looking better. Okay, almost done. There we go. Okay. I am going to save my yellows for a little bit so that I can do a second coat with them if I want to. Okay, that's a good place to wrap it for today. Make sure you clean out your paint tray, any paint that you're done with. Of course, leave the pure colors in there or the colors that we got straight out of the bottle. And then put your lid on your paint tray. If you're not in my class and you don't have a lid, a gallon-sized baggie or a piece of saran wrap can work really well to keep your paints from drying out while you take a break or step away for a bit. And also remember to wash your paintbrushes with soap and get all that paint out so that they don't dry and get crusty between now and the next time you're working. Okay, it is day 4. Make sure that you have all your supplies to get started. You need your bowl of water, your paper towel, your paintbrushes, and today we're going to get started mixing our warm colors together in that first quadrant of the color mixing section. So here we've looked at making our colors more neutral, lighter and darker. Now we're going to be looking at mixing them with each other, making new colors, new hues. So we're going to start by mixing our red and magenta together. And we're going to do a few things here. We need to manage our space well in the middle of our tray, just like when we were mixing tints, tones, and shades. And we're going to start with red and magenta. And we're going to paint that in this section right here. So the bottom half of the upper squares. Now if we look at our chart, red and magenta cross here, but they also cross here. All right, so magenta and red, red and magenta. So we actually have 4 spaces that we're going to paint in. So if we look at this diagonal, this space right here, this is going to be our pure mixed color. This one up here is going to be a tint, a lighter version of that color mixed with white. And then below this diagonal, this pure color diagonal, the upper square, the upper half of this lower square is going to be a tone. It's going to be our mixed color mixed with gray, and the bottom half is going to be a shade. It's going to be mixed with black. So out of one mixed color, we're going to paint in 4 areas. So when we were painting these, we used 3 scoops of our pure color. When we were doing the peach and brown, we used 2 scoops. So now I want to make sure I make enough of my red and magenta mix that then I can make a tint, tone, and shade of it. So I'm going to do 2 scoops of red, clean my brush, and do 2 scoops of magenta. Now, you might be able to guess what color this is going to make, but you may not know for certain, and so we're just going to do a 50-50 mix. We're not aiming for a specific color or a specific value. We're just trying to get a half and half. And then I'm just going to completely mix those together. Remember, we don't want there to be any marbling. That means we don't want to see 2 different colors in this space. We want to see one solid pure, well, not pure, it's mixed. One solid mixed color. Okay, so now we should have a color that is neither red nor magenta. It's somewhere in between. And remember, we're going to paint that mixed color in the bottom half of the upper square. And hopefully as this dries, it doesn't look too much like red. It is definitely leaning more towards the red look. So this color, I don't have a name for it. This is just a mix of red and magenta. Sometimes when we mix colors, we're gonna get a named color, something that has a name. Sometimes we're gonna get a color that doesn't have a name, and that is normal. Okay, now we're gonna make a tint, tone, and shade of our mixed red and magenta color. So first, let's make our tint. So I'm gonna get a scoop of white and mix that over here. Now before, we were doing 2 tints, right? We were doing a light and a lighter version. We were doing 2 shades, a dark and a darker version. But now we're just gonna do 1 tint, 1 tone, and 1 shade. So here is my magenta and red mixed with white. Now I could go lighter if I really wanted to push it, but I just did 1 scoop of white, and that is also fine because it looks different. Okay, that looks good. Rinse my brush off and get ready for the shade. Looking at this compared to this, they definitely look a little different, but not a huge difference. Okay, I'm only gonna do a half dab of black because I want it to get a little bit darker, but I don't want it to be black, right? Now remember, I do the tint and the shade first because if I accidentally run out of color, I can just mix those 2 together to get my tone. The shade is going to go in the bottom half of our lower square. That's a pretty color. A nice dark pink. And a tone. So scoop of gray mixed right here in the middle. Try not to mix too much of my tint or shade in there, but if I do get a little bit, I'm going to get a little bit of the other. Okay, that looks good. It's a really nice, interesting pink. Not a lot different from the red tone, but definitely a lot different from the magenta tone. So what this tells us is that if we wanted our red to be a little bit more pink, you could mix some more magenta with it, make it go more in that pink direction if the white and red is not quite what you want, or the just regular magenta isn't what you want. So let's go ahead and do red and orange. So let's locate, we've got red here, orange here, but also red and orange here. Okay, so we've got these two squares, they're separated. Our last two weren't separated, so it's important to note that sometimes they're going to be further apart. The upper one is going to be our mixed color and our tint. The lower one is going to be our tone and our shade. Now, what color are we going to get when we mix red and orange? That's right, red-orange. Red-orange is a tertiary color. Tertiary colors are named after the two colors that are mixed to make them, and you say the primary color first, always. Okay, so what we want here, we don't want this to look too orange, we don't want it to look too red. It's a little bit heavy on the red side, but it is still a red-orange, so I can leave it there if I want to, or I can go back and get some more orange, which I am gonna do today. Just to pull it away from that red. There we go. Okay, so this is my mixed hue. We're going to put that in the bottom half of my upper square. So here's where red and orange overlap. Bottom half. There we go. And then we're going to do a tint, and then a shade, and then a tone. So let me grab some white, make our tint. Goes in the upper half of this upper square. That's a nice color. So let's say you're trying to match a specific orange, and you're like, but it's not quite this orange, what is it? Maybe it's red orange. That's gonna be one of the useful things about this chart, is when you're trying to make a color or match a color, you're gonna be able to look at this chart and see how to get there. Okay, let's do our shade. So just a half dab of black over here. Ooh, that overpowered it quick. I'm gonna have to be careful when I get into the yellow mixes. Okay, I wanna make sure that this just doesn't become black, that I can still see that it's red-orange. Okay, that'll be good enough. All right, so let me locate. Here's orange, here's red, bottom half for the shade. It's a nice color. It's interesting, it's a very rich brown, if you think about it. If you didn't know what colors you had used, you might just say, oh, that's brown. That's nice looking. Okay, I did the thing where I ran out of space to mix in my gray. So now I'm gonna do the thing where I just mix a little bit of my shade into my tint to make the tone. Right? Because remember, it's just black and white mixed with our color. So if I just mix in the black and white together, I get a tone. That is a nice color. I like that a lot. Upper half here for this tone. Now let's go ahead and get started on orange and magenta. So we've got this spot where orange and magenta cross, and then also magenta and orange right here, so these two sections. So just like last time, I'm going to start with 1 scoop of orange and then get 1 scoop of magenta. And just start mixing those together. And remember, we just want something that feels like it's halfway between the two colors. This feels very strongly orange, so I'm going to go ahead and get some more magenta to mix in. Okay, I think that's probably as good as it's gonna get. Now remember, our mixed color is gonna go right here on the bottom half of the upper square. So we've got our upper square, our lower square, and we're gonna go in the bottom half. This mix feels kind of watery, so I'm gonna try and layer it up. I may need to do 2 coats. Let's go ahead and do our tint. So I'm just gonna take a scoop of white here. And remember, I just wanna do that in 1 section so that I don't use up all of my mixed color. That's pretty. I like that. This reminds me of like a coral. Okay, let's paint that in the top half of this upper square. Looks good. And then we'll go ahead and do our shade, just a smidge of black. Ooh, let me set the rest of that aside. There we go, just a little bit darker. And we'll put that in the bottom half of our lower square, so we've got magenta and orange here. Okay, now I'll go ahead and do my shade. Get some gray here, mix that with my color. And I'm leaving some of the original color because this feels really thin for some reason, and I'm gonna do a second coat. Okay, there's the tone of magenta and orange. So it is somewhat similar to red-orange, but also definitely very different. Okay, up next, let's do yellow and red. Now, yellow and red make orange, and that's what I want to do. Remember, yellow is a non-dominant color, red is a dominant color, so I'm gonna do 2 scoops of yellow. And then a little bit of red, and just try to get a nice orange here. I could just do an equal amount of yellow and red, and that would also be correct. But I want you to see what yellow and red make, like how that orange is different from the bottle orange. Okay, that's a pretty nice orange. Okay, so see how this orange that comes from the bottle is neon, super bright, but the orange that we make is not as bright. That's because when you mix colors rather than getting them straight out of the bottle, you're using 2 pigments rather than 1. And I know this is getting a little bit into the weeds, so don't worry, you don't have to remember this. It's just something interesting. So colors straight from the bottle, good ones, are made with 1 pigment. Whereas when I mix 2 colors, now I've got 2 pigments. And for some reason, science and all that, when you mix 2 pigments, you just can't get the same color intensity, the same brightness as you can if you're just using 1 pigment. So a pigment is something that comes from nature or is man-made, and it is the source of the color. Here we have something that made red, here we have something that made yellow. We combine them, we can get orange, but it's not going to be as bright as if we just take something that is already orange. So that's why when you're mixing colors yourself, you can't make neons, you can't make metallics, because that's a special type of pigment. Okay, that is more orange and less red orange. I just added a little more yellow. Okay, I'm gonna paint that, so let's find red and yellow, because remember, even though this looks orange, we mixed red and yellow to make it. Oh, try not to put your hand in your wet paint. There we go, that looks nice. Then we'll go ahead and do our tint. Remembering to dry my brush after I rinse it so I don't add a lot of water to my paint. Mix that right here. Ooh, so pretty. I love these light orange colors. They look delicious. Now that was a lot of white. So long as I can tell a difference between this and the original color, we're good. It doesn't have to be as light as mine. It could be a little bit darker. It could be a little bit lighter. Now I went over my line a little bit there, so I am gonna go back and fix that. I'm just gonna let it dry first. Okay, now this is where yellow and red overlap here. Then we're gonna do red and yellow. So the other one is down here, it's further away. Let's go ahead and do our shade. Just a smidge of black. And surprise, we get to kind of a brown place. Okay, right here. Shade goes in the bottom half. I almost didn't make enough paint, but it should be just barely enough. Definitely make sure when you're mixing your colors that you make enough paint to apply to the paper so that you're not having to water it down or spread it out beyond its capacity. Okay, that looks good. Up next, let's do gray, and I'm gonna remember not to consume all this orange that I've made, all of my mixed color, because I want to be able to patch that up right there. Okay, so I'm just gonna go with a little bit of gray since I've only got a little bit of orange left here. A little bit of my mixed color. And I definitely want to see that orange shining through the gray. Okay, I think we're in a good place. Put that in the top half of this lower square. It's kind of nice. Now here, we're getting somewhere close to a skin tone. So if you're making something that's a nice tan, or maybe like a skin tone, this is a good place to look. But we're gonna get to the real skin tones here in a bit. Actually, it'll be a little bit later. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and paint my second coats on my magenta and orange mix, and maybe even on my yellow and red mix, but I'm gonna skip that part in the video. I'm gonna cut to where I'm actually doing yellow and magenta because second coats are kind of boring. So if you ever need to do a second coat, just pause the video, take care of it, and then start the video back up when you're ready to keep going. Now I need to make more room in my paint tray, so I'm gonna go ahead and clean it up, and then I'll need to get a new paper towel. Oh. Dip it in water. Oops. Ah, it's trying to escape. Okay. I need to wash my hands. I need a new paper towel. I'm gonna stop the video right here, so if you're still cleaning up, pause it until you're ready to do the next color mix. Okay, let's pick up where we left off. Yellow and magenta. This can also make orange. I'm just gonna do a scoop of yellow and a scoop of magenta and see where we go, what it looks like from there. It's a really dull looking orange. I'm gonna see if I can give some more yellow to it, see if that does anything. Yep, definitely an orange. Not as bright as the red and yellow. Okay, magenta, yellow, here it goes, right here. Okay. Now we'll do the tint. That's peach. If I added just a little bit more white, that's peach. Almost the same as what comes out of the bottle. How funny. Okay, this time I'm just trying to lay the paint on thicker than it wants to, so I don't have to go back and do a second coat. There we go. Alright, shade up next. Tiniest amount of black. Man, I barely added anything to that. Look at how dark it is. Alright, yellow, magenta right here. Another type of brown. Okay, and since I ran out of my color as I was mixing the black in, I'm gonna do that trick where I make my tone by mixing these two sides together. Whew, spreading my paint out too much. Need to stop that. This is a really lovely brown. Okay. Let's put that down right here. Yeah, that's really pretty. Here we go. That is it for yellow and magenta. Let's go ahead and do yellow and orange, which is gonna, of course, make yellow-orange, color with a hyphenated name. Okay, and I'm just gonna do a scoop of yellow and then a scoop of orange, and if it's too orange, if I can't tell that it's yellow-orange, I'll add some more yellow to it. Yep, that yellow got eaten right up by that orange. Can't even tell that it was there. I may have to add 2 scoops of yellow to get what I want. Oh, and I'm running out of yellow. And that's gonna happen. You're gonna run out of colors, or maybe a color's gonna dry up. We've been working on this for several days now, so that's gonna happen. And all we need to do is just restock. Just add a little bit more color. Okay, that's good enough. Yellow orange is so pretty. Okay, yellow, orange right here. Remember when you're putting your mixed color before it's tints, tones, or shades that it goes in the lower half of the upper square. It's so bright and cheery, I love it. Now I could go a lot more yellow and get to like a mac and cheese color, which is also wonderful. Okay, let's add some white and make our tint. I wish it looked more yellow. It's so orange. You know what? It just looks like more orange. I'm gonna add more yellow. I'm unhappy with these results. I want to see more differences, so I'm gonna make them. Okay. Now I gotta be careful. Add this to just the regular mixed color and then add it to the tint separately. I need more. There we go, much better. Okay, paint that right over this. So I would have done better to start with a lot of yellow and just add a little bit of orange. Live and learn. You'd think I remember having done this so many times, but I wasn't thinking about it. Okay, now I'm going to just add some more white to my new mixed color. I'm not gonna try and do anything with that tint from the old color. It's not worth it, not worth the time it'll take. Okay, there we go, much different. Because the color I made before, it was literally half yellow, half orange. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was even more yellow than orange. But it didn't look like it was halfway between yellow and orange. This looks more like it's halfway between. Alright, let's do the shade. That's gonna go down here. Just barely any black, just barely. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Man, that was so little. Okay, need that. Hopefully that dries looking nicer. Okay. And now for the tone. Last tone in the warm colors quadrant. That's an interesting color. You can definitely see that being very useful. Okay, that's gonna wrap up our warm colors quadrant, so let's call it there for today. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut the video here, but remember to clean up your paint tray, clean out these colors that you don't need anymore, put all your stuff away, wash your paint brushes, and then we'll continue in the next chapter tomorrow. Welcome to day 5. Last time we finished mixing the colors in the warm colors quadrant, so that means today we get to break out the cool colors. So if you're in my class, you're going to receive another paint tray that has your cool colors, green, light blue, blue, and purple in it. You will still need your first paint tray because it has your neutral colors in it, and you're still going to need to mix those with cool colors. The plan for today is that we're going to mix tints, tones, and shades of cool colors, and maybe we'll even have time to get into peaches and browns. Let's see. Now before we start painting, we want to make sure that we also have enough of our neutral colors, especially white, gray, and black. Peach and brown hopefully are looking pretty good. We're not going to worry about our warm colors. I'm practically out of yellow. My orange is getting dried out, but we're not going to be using those for a while, so I'm not going to worry about those colors. What I have done is filled an extra well with white so that I can remake my gray when I need to. I don't want to completely use up my gray before I mix a new one. That way I can match the new one to the old one and get them as close to the same as possible. Well, let's go ahead and start. And the first thing we're going to do is just paint the pure versions of our cool colors. On your palette, if you're in my class, these should be in order: green, light blue, blue, purple. And I've got my water, my paper towel, my paintbrush. I am ready to go. Okay, and I have zoomed you in so you can't see the edges of the chart in the video, but this is where green goes. Right here where we didn't put a diagonal line through it. So I'm going to start right there. And just fill in my beautiful, pure, straight from the bottle green. That looks great. Let's move along to light blue. And on your chart, you should be able to connect where those two light blue titles overlap, but I can also just know that it's one over, one down, the next blank square. Now in my classroom, the bottle that we have that says turquoise is what we're using for the light blue. At some point the brand changed the name, so sometimes we have bottles that say turquoise, sometimes we have bottles that say light blue. Something that is interesting about this light blue is that it is different from our regular blue. Even if I mix white with this regular blue, the turquoise is a slightly different color. So that's good to know, to be able to see the different versions of blue, to see how those two different blues will come out if you're mixing them with other colors.
All right, and our last pure cool color is purple. Okay, now let's get into those tints, tones, and shades. I'm just gonna slide you right over. Okay, so on the screen, you can see my labels for green, light blue, blue, and purple, but you cannot see my labels for tints, tones, and shades. So just make sure you're paying attention looking on your paper to see what column you should be in. But it does go white, gray, black, and then fourth is red, but we're not gonna get to that yet. I do have my second paint tray here, and I'm gonna be going back and forth. So let's start with our green. Now remember, we put like 3 scoops of our pure color into the center. And then we're gonna add our white. Get a nice scoop of white, put it right here. Remember, now that we're back to our pure colors, making tints, tones, and shades of our pure colors, we're gonna make 2 tints. So I've got my first tint here that just has 1 scoop of white mixed in. And that is gonna go in the top half because the top half is gonna be our darker version of our mixed color or more neutral color. So there's my first tint of green. I'm gonna rinse out my brush. And then dry it off. And add another scoop of white to the tint that I've already created. That's gonna make an even lighter green. Very pretty. Now if I wanted this to be more minty, I could add a little bit of blue. There we go. And remember, for each tint, tone, and shade, we just want the 2 separate sides of the square to look different. We want to be able to see the difference between each of them. Okay, let's do the shade. So I'm gonna go for just a little bit of black. I've just got a very small amount. I'm gonna see how far that goes. That doesn't make a huge difference. Now that we're in the cool colors, black doesn't push them as quickly as it does the warm colors. A lot of the cool colors are just naturally dark already. But again, I also don't want to make my shade black. I want it to be the color, just darker. I'm gonna go ahead and get a little bit more black here. Okay. I think that still definitely looks like green. but darker green. Okay, in this first version of our shade, remember it's going to be the lighter version, so we're going to put it in the bottom half of our square. Looking good. Gonna rinse out my brush. Now remember, paint changes color a little bit as it dries. Sometimes it can be a little bit darker or a little bit lighter, depending on how glossy the paint is and what color you're using. I'm gonna go for a little bit more black here. Okay, that's definitely darker, but also it doesn't look completely black, which is perfect. So I'm gonna paint the top half of my shade square. Okay, that's great. Time for the tone. So I'm gonna grab some of my gray and mix that right into this green in the middle. Not a huge difference between original gray, original green. Let's see if it looks different enough. Remember this first version, this first tone we're going to put in the bottom half. I think that's different enough from the original. Go for another scoop of gray and mix that right on top. Okay, and let's see how that looks in comparison. Look pretty different. I think I'd like it to be a little bit more different. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit more gray before I finish painting. I just want to see what really happens if we push it more gray. There we go. Don't forget, turn your paper. You can see that I'm putting my hand at like weird angles to try and get into all the corners. Don't forget, you can rotate your paper so you don't have to contort your hand. Okay, I have enough room to keep going with light blue, so let's go ahead and do it. I'm gonna start with my 3 scoops of the original color. Wash my brush, and then let's get started on tints. Okay, so one thing we're gonna notice about this light blue is that it is already quite light. So adding a scoop of white to it isn't gonna do a lot. It's not gonna look hugely different. So I'm trying to only mix a small amount of blue in with it. Okay, remember that goes in the top half of our tint square. Okay, really big scoop of white here, adding that to part of what we've already made. I really want to see how light I can push this, so I'm trying not to mix in too much of the blue. Trying to really get it very light. Now this gets us into robin's egg blue territory, which is a lovely color, but it is sneakily a little bit green, which is why this turquoise color gets us into the robin's egg color. There we go. Love that blue. Okay. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let's get into shades. Since this blue is already pretty light, I don't need a lot of black to darken it up. There we go. Now I believe that this light blue is not made with one pigment. Remember last time we talked about pigments and how good paints are usually made with just one pigment, and that's why unmixed, straight from the bottle orange is brighter than a mixed orange. Okay, put this in the bottom half of my shade. I believe that this color is made with a turquoise and a white pigment, and that's why it looks like it already has white mixed into it. Okay, that's a good looking shade. We'll do our second one. So that also means that our shade kind of looks like a tone, because if there is white mixed into that paint from the bottle, that means we're kind of making a gray. Now I'm not 100% sure that that's what's happening here, but it is interesting that our shade looks similar to a tone. Okay, let's add a little bit more black. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, that looks good. Put that in the top half of our shade square. Ooh, yes, very lovely. This is a nice stormy blue. So if you're painting like a stormy sky, maybe some stormy clouds, this would be a good direction to go. All right, now for the tone. gray just seemed to disappear. I'm gonna get some more. Okay, there. I can tell a difference now. I can see that there's some gray mixed in. So I'm gonna go ahead and paint that. Remember, this goes in the bottom half. The top half will be more gray. That looks good. Now, part of the reason I scraped my paint back onto the paint tray is so that I don't waste the paint. I can still use it. But the other part is it makes my brush easier to rinse out. Not having as much paint on my brush when I go to rinse it out makes my water last longer, makes the brush rinse out faster. So that's good. A lot of wins there. Okay, and I'm just trying to mix this into a small portion so that I can really see it go more gray. I also don't want it to just be gray. Okay, there we go. I think we're good. So grays like this that are a little bit blue are sometimes called slate gray. So this makes a really nice slate gray. Slate is a type of stone that is a particular gray-blue color, and that's what the color is named after. There we go. Definitely can tell a difference between the top and the bottom half of this. Okay, and before I move on to blue and purple, I am running out of my gray, so I'm going to go ahead and mix some more of that. So I've got my 2 wells of white here. If you're in my class and you're running out of your gray, just let me know that you need some more white so that I can help you out with that. Now, if I remember correctly, I just mixed like 1 big scoop of white to get to this gray. So I'm gonna go ahead and get 1 big scoop of black and mix that into this white here. Now, there are a lot of factors that might change what I need to do, because if this is more white than I started with last time, I may need more black. And remember, we wanna mix this until it's no longer marbled, so that it's all one uniform gray value. Getting closer. And I'm making sure to get my bristles all the way down to the bottom of that well so that I don't have any surprise white when I get to the bottom later as I'm painting. That looks pretty good. If I hold it over the old gray here, it blends in pretty well. I could add a little bit more black, and I think I'm going to. Just a half scoop, I think, this time. Don't want it to get too dark. Okay, that may not look like it made a huge difference, but I think it made just enough. Okay, there's my gray, all mixed up and ready to go. All right, let's jump back to those cool colors. Now we're on to regular blue. Now I've used up most of my space in the middle, but I still have all these empty wells out here, so instead of stopping and cleaning this all up right now, I'm gonna go ahead and mix my blues and purples out here in the wells. So I'm gonna take 3 scoops of blue. Now, notice that the blue and purple are very close to the same color, so just make sure you're paying attention. That's also why I've put them in order, in case you have a difficult time seeing the difference between these two because they are so dark. I'm gonna take 3 scoops of my blue, which is right next to my light blue. 1, 2, 3. Now it's gonna take a little bit more white to really punch up this blue. I'm just gonna spread that out a bit so I have room to mix it. Big scoop of white, mix it into just a fraction of my blue here. You can see it pushes it lighter, but it's still, like, if we think about, remember, we can talk about values and percentages, so like we made a 50% gray. This blue feels like it's a 50% in value. It's a medium. Whereas the blue from the bottle feels like maybe it's between 80 and 90. Pretty dark. Okay, let's paint that in the top half, because that's going to be our darker tint. You see our light blue started off at maybe a 50%, maybe lighter. Okay, now let's get that even lighter so we can really see how it compares, making our own light blue with the turquoise blue. So this is good to know, especially because a lot of people will end up wanting to make a sky blue. Which of these is going to be better for you, right? Are you going to want the sky blue or the light blue that comes from the blue that was originally very dark, or from the light blue / turquoise blue? To me, the light blue or turquoise is a better sky blue color if it's a sunny day. This blue, even though it is a more pure blue, feels a little bit purpley in comparison, but that's really because the turquoise is playing tricks on my eyes, so it's a little bit green. Okay, those look pretty good. I could get even lighter if I started with a lot of white and just put a dab of blue in it. So that's good to know if you need to get to a really light blue. You just need more white, a lot more white than you need blue. Let's go ahead and do our shade. Now, like I said earlier, this blue is already quite dark. It's like at 80 to 90%. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab a scoop of black. Gonna be careful, I've really gotta look closely when I'm mixing this. And I may not be able to fully see what color I'm getting in the paint tray. I may have to get it on the paper before I can really tell what's happening here. But I'm gonna mix it for a good while because that's how long it normally takes when I mix other colors. And then I'm gonna paint that in the bottom half. That's quite dark. I can see a little bit of the blue color. As it dries, I may be able to see it better. Okay. If I kind of spread this out, there you can see it's quite stormy looking. That tells me that my grays are going to look really nice. Okay, Now I'm gonna add a little bit more black, go even darker. Just gonna mix it for a while, even if I can't see it that well. I know if I mix it for a good amount of time that it should mix thoroughly. And then I'm gonna go ahead and paint that in the top half here. And hopefully as that dries, I'll be able to see the difference between the two shades here. I can already start to see the bottom half. It's drying a little bit and I can already tell it's gonna be a nice dark blue. Okay, ready to make the tone. I'm still gonna scoop from my old gray. Make sure I finish that off before I start into the new gray. That is making a really pretty color. That in the bottom half of my tone square. Isn't that pretty? It's very close in value to my first tint. Right here, they're very close in value, but there is a slight difference in the color, right? It doesn't feel quite the same. It feels a little bit more dull, because it's mixed with black and white rather than just white. Okay, let's go back for some more gray to make our tone that is even more dull. Okay, remember we want to be able to see the difference between these two versions, these two tones. So I'm going to test it on my paper, just make sure it looks different enough. That is pretty different, but I'm afraid it won't be different enough after it dries. So I'm going to scrape that extra paint back into my well and go back and get some more gray. Okay, that should do it. Make sure I paint over that test spot. Get all the way to my edges and corners. Don't leave any white gaps. I painted over my light blue tone a little bit. Hold on. Now, this is a clean brush, but since that paint is wet and my previous paint is a little bit drier, I'm just gonna scoop it off. There we go. So that's a good way to recover if you accidentally get some paint in an area you didn't mean to, and the previous paint is dry or very close to dry. So that looks a lot better. Okay, purple. Here we go. Let's get my 3 scoops of purple. I'm just gonna put them over here. 1, 2, 3. I don't know why I feel like I need to count sometimes.
Okay, scoop of white. Make our tint. Oh man, this is probably the purple that you imagine when you say, I want a purple. You probably think of something lighter. But maybe you don't. Maybe you think of the purple right out of the bottle. Okay, top half. Looks good, okay. We'll make our slightly lighter tint by adding some more white. So good. So if you're wanting a lavender, remember lavender is just very light purple. That looks so good. All right, let's get our shade. Okay. So our purple is also pretty dark, so I'm gonna grab some black, mix that in. I just wanna be able to hopefully see the difference between the original purple and the shade of purple. Oh, don't mix in my white. That looks pretty good. Put that in the bottom half. You can probably see by now how nice that shade of blue is looking as it's drying. Okay, I used all that up. I'm gonna need to make some more. I'm gonna get some more purple and put it in there because I think I'm gonna run out. Okay, so even though I ran out of my shade, I can still make a shade that's darker, so that's just all I'm gonna do. Get a bigger scoop of black, mix this up, and just make sure it's darker than the shade that I made before. Okay, so that's just one scoop of black added. And just to be sure, I'm going to add a little bit more. Okay, and then I'm just going to spread some right here. Yeah, that looks darker than what's on my paper, so I'll go ahead and use that. Okay, now for the tones.
All right, there is a good first tone. Okay, time for the second one. There we go, that looks good and different. Oh, the edge of my other color is not dry yet. I picked it up. There. Just wipe off that shade on my paper towel and keep going here. Okay, that is it. Tints, tones, and shades of all of our cool colors. And I think that is a good stopping place for today. It's probably been a full class period's worth of work. So go ahead and clean up. I'm going to clean up my paint tray on screen so that you can see it if you need to. If you feel pretty confident and you don't need help with that, you can just go ahead and skip to the next day or pause the video for now. And then I'll see you, or you'll see me, in the next chapter. Welcome to day 6, guys. Today we're mixing peaches and browns with our cool colors, and then we're going to get into actually mixing the cool colors. Let's get started. Okay, I've got my peach and brown tray right off to the side, off the screen over here. And let's go ahead and start with green. So last time we did this, we just took 2 scoops of our main color, put it into the center, rinsed out our brush, and then grabbed either peach or brown, and that worked really well. So we're just gonna do the same thing this time. So got a scoop of peach, gonna mix it into this half. Now one thing we're gonna notice is that we are mixing with cool colors this time, and peach and brown are very warm neutrals. So they're gonna make these cool colors go more dull, kind of like we're mixing gray with them. They didn't do that with the warm colors because they were already warm. All right, we're gonna put this in the top half because that's gonna be our darker version. Now, with the green, this makes very natural greens, things that would exist in nature. Because a lot of things in nature are not super bright green. There are super bright greens, but a lot of things are a more dull green. Okay, another scoop of peach. Mix that right in. Really make sure you mix it all the way in. Don't leave any marbling. Okay, that looks good. Okay, that looks great. Now we're gonna do green and brown. Okay, so the other half of my green, scoop of brown. This definitely makes a nice forest green. Okay, bottom half, because this is going to be my lighter version. This would be perfect if you needed to paint some pine trees, or bushes, or a crowd of trees. That looks good. All right, rinse my brush out, get ready to mix in some more brown. Get that mixed all the way in. Keeping it small so that I have plenty of room to do the rest of my colors. Okay, looks good. Okay, let's get into light blue. I'm gonna put my light blue right here. Just 2 scoops, just like last time. My peach is getting on the dry side, so I'll probably have to get some more here soon, but I'm gonna use what I can first. Mix that in. Takes it kind of gray. Which makes sense. We'll see this when we mix blue and orange. They're complements, so they turn into each other neutral. Okay, paint this in my top half. There we go, that looks great. This would be really good if you're trying to create overcast skies, or just a blue that isn't as vibrant. Maybe it looks more sun-bleached. Or like it's in the shade, right? Because colors in the shade aren't reflecting as much light, so they lose some of their vibrancy. Okay, a little bit more peach. It's funny how pink the peach looks on top of the blue until you get it mixed in. There we go, that looks good. That almost just looks gray. Okay, there we go. Now for brown. My brown is also getting on the dry side, so it's taking longer to get it mixed in. Okay, that definitely looks like a gray. Put that in the bottom half. Looks good. Let's get some more brown. There we go. Okay, paint that in the top half. think if I saw this color on its own, I feel like it was a cool brown. And by cool, I mean like less warm, not neato. Here we go. Okay, that's good. Let's move along to our darker blue, our regular blue. I still have enough room in the middle. Probably gonna run out, not have enough for the purple in the middle, but I can do the purple in a well. So let's just put this blue right here. 2 scoops. Got some peach. Yeah, I need to get some new peach. Hold on a sec. Okay, just a little bit because I only have the 2 squares left that I need to do peach in. The rest of this chart won't use any peach. There we go, that's mixing much faster. Much better. At first you might think that this just looks like gray has been added or just white. But once it dries, you'll be able to compare it to those two and see the difference. Alrighty, let's add a little more peach. Looks good. Let's paint that. And remember, you're not trying to get exactly the color or tone or value that I've gotten. It's enough to just have 2 samples, right? A version with less peach added and a version with more peach added. Now we'll do blue with some brown. Okay, there we go. Bottom half. There, that looks good. Do another scoop of brown. And I just want to make sure that I can see the difference. Yeah, I can see that. It's probably hard to see on camera, but I can see it here in person. You want to make sure you can see it on your paper in person. And you'll probably see it better after it dries. My light blue here has dried some, and it's looking a lot more different than it did when the paint was wet. Okay, I got a little more than I would like in the square above, the light blue square. So I'm going to use that trick, get a clean brush, and just swipe it across here, just one swipe, pick that up. There we go. Okay, purple time. Purple felt a little bit thin, didn't go as far as I thought last time, so I'm just putting a little bit more than I think I'll need, just in case. Okay, scoop of peach. That makes a really nice purple. Let's go ahead and paint that. Top half. Go. Get some more peach in there. Okay, is that different enough? Let's see. Yeah, I think we're good. Definitely lighter. So comparing this one to the one mixed with white, this definitely feels warmer. Might feel a little bit pinker. Okay, time for the brown. Man, that just looks really brown. Okay. I may need to add some more purple back to that. I'm gonna do that. Just went brown too fast. Okay, we'll go ahead and paint this in the bottom half. Okay, now a little bit more brown. I'm not gonna do a full scoop because of how powerful that brown was. I'm just gonna do like a half. And see if they're different enough. If they're not, I'll add more. Yep, pretty sure that's different enough. Very reddish brown. Okay. Hopefully, as these dry, they look more different from each other. Otherwise, I'll have to make some corrections. But I think we're gonna be good. Okay, and I'm gonna pause the recording right here and clean out my paint tray. You should pause while you clean out too, and then we'll get into some color mixing. Okay, we're back. Tray is cleaned out. I got some new paper towels, some new clean water, and we should have enough time to go ahead and do a few of these colors. Now, you can't see the rest of my paper, so you can't see the grid, the column and row titles, but you should be able to follow along just fine. Just make sure you're paying attention to those things on your paper. So let's start with green and light blue, which are gonna go right here and right here. So just like we did in the warm colors quadrant, I'm gonna start by putting a scoop of green. I'm gonna do 2, I think. 1.5. Let's do that. Now, this is gonna make a tertiary color. That's those hyphenated names. Blue-green. It's a light blue-green. But it's that same family. Okay. Nice big dollop of light blue. A little bit more. Go ahead and mix those together, and I just want to feel like this color is halfway between my two colors that I'm mixing. I want to be able to see that it's blue and see that it's green. If it feels too much of one or the other, I can adjust it, but remember, this is not an exact science. Okay, that is a really nice turquoise, or teal, but I think I'd like it to be a little bit more on the blue side, so I'm gonna go ahead and get a little bit more blue in there. And I wanna make sure I mix this throughout. Doesn't look like it did a lot. But you know what? It's definitely not blue, and it's definitely not my original green, so I'm gonna go with this one. Okay. So remember, our mixed hue That's the color that we've just made is going to go in the bottom half of the upper square. There is a really pretty glaze that I used to use called Turtle Head Teal. This is exactly that color. Funny name, isn't it? Turtle Head. Okay, lovely. Let's go ahead and make our tint. Remember, we're going to save room for our tone and our shade. Scoop of white, mix it in over here. Remember, now that we're back into our mixed hues or our mixed colors, I'm not going to be making 2 tints or 2 shades anymore, just 1. So I want to make it count. That's really nice. Go. That looks really good. Gonna do our shade next. Get a little scoop of black. I'm just gonna do a half scoop for now, just to see how it affects it before I go all in. Because remember, we want this color to still look like this turquoise or this blue-green. It's just a little bit darker. I'm gonna push it a little bit further, get a little bit more black. Okay, that looks good. So remember, the shade is going to go in the bottom half. Make sure you are in the right square, so make sure that this is your green column and your light blue row, right here below the pure green and light blue examples. And the shade goes in the bottom half. This is also a really pretty color. Okay, now let's do our tone. Good scoop of gray. Mix this in. Here we go. There we go. Lovely. Alright, I think we have time for one more before a class period would be over. So let's go ahead and do the blue and green. Nice big scoop of blue. This is also going to make blue green, but it's going to have a different feel because we're not using the same blue. Good size scoop of green. And let's mix those up and see where we land. See how different that feels? Definitely a lot darker since our blue is a lot darker. Okay, I'm gonna paint a little bit of this right here. Still feels heavy on the green side. I'm gonna pull some more blue. Try to get more halfway in the middle. Make sure I mix it all the way through. Try not to spread my paint out too thin. Okay, there's some spaces here where the white is kind of showing through with the palette. And I think that's a lot better. I'm gonna put this on the paper now. Alright, make sure I'm in the right space where blue and green go together. Now again, your mix could be more on the blue side. Mine just happens to be more on the green side this time. Okay, that looks good. Time to add some white. Ooh, nice ocean color. If you went a lot lighter, this could be like a seafoam green. This dark makes a good like reflection off of the ocean surface possibly. Alright, this goes in my tint space right here. Okay, now I could go a lot lighter with that, but I didn't, and that is fine as well. Let's do the shade. This color already looks super dark, so I don't want it to get all the way to black, but I am gonna add a whole scoop of black over here. Mix it up really well. Okay, where I can kind of see through it to the paint tray, it is looking darker, so I'm gonna go ahead and paint that. Okay, let me find the right spot for my shade. So blue, green, right here, bottom half.
Okay, that looks good. Let's do our tone. And then I think we'll wrap it up for the day. Okay, just mixing that in right here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there for this section, and we will pick up with the rest of the mixed cool hues in the next chapter. Make sure you clean up. If you don't have enough time, if you're running short on time, you can always just put your lid on and clean out the rest of this in the next class period. If you have plenty of time, use it wisely, clean that stuff up now. All right. See you next chapter. Welcome to day 7. Today we're going to finish the cool colors quadrant, mixing all those cool colors together, and then we're going to move into the other 2 quadrants, which are mixing our warm and our cool colors together and seeing what happens then. Between now and last time, I took some time to clean out my paint trays, get rid of the peach and brown because they were drying out, and because we won't be using them for the rest of this chart. I also cleaned out the old space where my old gray was and refreshed or refilled any warm colors that had dried out and needed to be cleaned out, or just kind of topped them off so that I'm ready to use them. Okay, let's get painting. Last time we finished up blue-green. Now let's do blue and light blue. And remember, we're just trying to get a color that's halfway between these 2. Now here's the interesting thing. What I want you to learn from this experience is that mixing blue and light blue isn't going to do a lot for you. Okay, let's put that in the right space where blue and light blue meet. Okay, so you can see we got a color that is a little bit darker than light blue, a little bit lighter than regular blue, but we could have just as easily have gotten there by mixing a little bit of black with our light blue, but really the better direction would be to take the regular blue mixed with white to get there. Okay, let's make our tint. So I'm going to mix some white here. And this is going to look a little bit different because remember our light blue is kind of a teal or a turquoise. So it's got a bit of a green lean to it. Now at this point you've probably noticed that your paper has gotten a bit wavy. This is because we're getting the paper wet. Every time we put paint on it, we're adding a little bit of water And so it's only natural that it would kind of get wrinkly. That's just to be expected. You just keep working anyway, it's just fine. Okay, so there we go. Let's go ahead and do our shade. Make sure I leave enough to do my tone. There we go. So while there may be some cases where you need to mix these two blues together, it's unlikely. It's more likely that you're gonna need to mix a different color with blue to get to whatever mix, whatever type of blue you're trying to get to. Okay, let's do our tone. Good bit of gray. Mix that in right here. Okay, and that wraps up our blue mix. Light blue and regular blue. Now we're gonna move into all of our purple mixes. Okay, so let's start with purple and green. It's gonna go here and down here. So they're pretty far away from each other. Purple and green does not have a name. So let's see what we get. There's my purple. There's my green. Kind of just end up with a blah color. Okay, as you're looking at it, if it feels like, if you look at it and you're like, that looks really green, add some more purple. If it feels like it looks really purple, add a little bit more green so that we can get to halfway between those two colors. I'm gonna add some more purple to mine. Just a smidge. Yeah, and we're getting somewhere in the neighborhood of brown and gray. Brown or gray. Okay, and let's go ahead and paint that in our purple and green spot. So now, hopefully what we've learned from this is that you can get an interesting, more neutral purple by adding green to it, or you can make green more neutral by adding purple to it.
go ahead and make our tint and see what that looks like. That is a really nice gray. Kind of a heather. Or a hazily gray. Okay, there we go. Now let's do our shade. This color's already pretty dark, so I'm not going to add a ton of black to it. Just enough. Okay, make sure you're painting in the right space where purple and green connect. Bottom half. Since this color was coming out gray, that's really just a dark gray looking color. And let's go ahead and do our tone. Mixing gray with gray isn't that useful, but we're creating the chart and we're learning from the experience. So it's likely that you won't need to make this color unless you're looking for a gray that has sort of a mysterious quality to it. It doesn't quite feel neutral. But it's unlikely that you would need to mix gray with it. If anything, you would just mix white with it. Unless, of course, you have it leaning more to the green or purple side, so it's not right down the middle. Okay, up next, purple and light blue. Now, whenever I see a colored pencil or a crayon or a marker that says blue and purple together, it's blue-violet. So I just always say blue-violet, so that's what we're gonna do, even though when I'm saying the color purple by itself, I say purple. Let's go ahead and do our light blue and purple to make blue-violet, which is another tertiary color. And I just want to get something nice and halfway between blue and purple. That's pretty. Okay, let's go ahead and paint that. Right here where purple and light blue overlap. Okay, that looks good. Clean up my brush so we can make the tint. Ooh, that's a nice periwinkle. Periwinkle basically means a light blue violet. It's named after a flower. Or is the flower named after the color? Yeah, that's a really pretty color. I'm curious to see how that will compare to our next blue violet with the regular blue. Okay, that looks good. We're gonna do our shade next. Just a smidge. Just a little bit of black here. Nice dark blue violet. Now, if I wanted to make this darker blue violet and it not look so grayish or so, I wanted the color to be more vibrant, I would do better to mix the two darker colors, the purple and the regular blue, because they're already dark. So they would be a more vibrant dark color. But if you're wanting it to feel more gray, more neutral, this could be the way to go. Okay, let's do the tone. Ooh, almost ran out of space right here. Just trying to save room for the last color mix. Okay, I think that's good. Nice and mixed. Get that in this last section. So a good thing to note here is how different colors look when you mix gray with them rather than white. If you accidentally make a color too light by adding too much white to it, you don't want to turn around and add black to make it darker, because it takes it a different direction. Instead of making it darker, you're making it more neutral and darker. So if you make a color too light and you want to take it back down, you need to mix in more of the original color, not black. And the same goes for if you add too much black, then you want to add more of your color. You don't want to add white. Okay, last cool color mix, we're going to do purple and regular blue. And I was trying to save this space right here. I could work in the wells, but I'm going to go ahead and work in this little tight space. Hopefully it goes well. Okay, and I just want to make something that looks halfway between blue and purple for my blue violet, using regular blue. It looks too blue right now, so I'm going to get some more purple. I still think we're too blue. Okay, I think this will do it. Alright, right here in my last two spaces in the top one where purple and blue come together. And I just want to make sure that this hue that I made, this mixed hue, doesn't match the purple or the blue next to it. They should look different from each other. I think we're gonna be okay. Still feels a little heavy on the blue side, but I think we're good. All right, time for the tint. Oh yeah, that definitely feels more like halfway between blue and purple. When I add the white to it, I can see it better. Okay, nice. Paint that in its spot. That's a really nice periwinkle. This other one's drying more like a cornflower blue. Okay, let's make the shade. I don't have a lot of space or color left, so I'm just going to do a little bit of black. Okay, that looks like it's mixed well enough. Right down here. This color's looking a little bit watery, so just want to be mindful to paint over it really well. Okay, now for the tone. Let's add some gray. There we go.
That's a really pretty color as well.
Okay, and that finishes up our cool color mix section. We've got plenty of time to get into the sections that mix warm and cool colors together. Okay, so we have this warm color quadrant, this cool color quadrant, and then we have two quadrants here that are a mixture of warm and cool colors. And in each of these sections, our colors have been sometimes really close together, sometimes spread further apart, like yellow mixed with red, they're kind of far apart from each other. In these two sections, we're actually gonna have green and red here, and then green and red over here. So each of these mixed colors is gonna be half up here, half down here. If you want to, go ahead and pause right here and you can clean out the middle of your paint tray, make up some room, but I don't wanna do that. I'm gonna save it and do it at the end of my work time, and I can just mix in the middle of my warm color palette since I don't have anything there right now. Okay, and let's just start over here with green and red. Green and red are our first set of complementary colors. Complementary colors are called that because they complement each other. They look really good together, they make each other stand out, they have high contrast. Now, red and green, you can remember because they're Christmas colors. The other complementary colors are blue and orange, which are a lot of sports teams' colors, and then also purple and yellow, which are also a lot of athletic team colors, because complementary colors stand out. They look really bright and they look really good next to each other. But when we mix complementary colors together, we're gonna get brown or gray. So let's go ahead and start mixing this together. At first, it's gonna look really gross, and then the more you mix it, the more you should get to a really nice neutral. Now, if it ends up more on the red or green side, that's okay. You could leave it there, but you could also adjust it, which is what I'm going to do. So this color looks like really red, so I'm gonna grab some more green. With red and green, a lot of the time your colors are gonna be kind of a 50-50 mix, half green, half red, to get to the color that you need. But with purple and yellow, we're gonna use a lot more yellow than we use purple. Okay, I'm getting to more of a brown, which means that I'm still on the red side. So I'm gonna try and keep adding some more green. Okay, I'm gonna call that good enough. It's still on the warm side, but it's good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna look for my green and red right here. Paint that in my mixed hues space. Okay. And then let's go ahead and do our tint. That's a really nice brown, actually. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and do our shade. Make sure I leave enough paint to do the tone. Okay, remember, this is going to be down here, where my green and red cross down here. Shade goes in the bottom half. Okay, and then we'll do the tone. The tone's not a very useful thing for us to learn here. It's not going to show us a lot because we could go more gray just by adding more green. Or in my case, adding more green. Maybe yours is more green and you would add more red. But this helps us see the range of colors that can be made. And you know, it helps you remember or helps you see what green and red make. You know, what different colors mix and make. Okay, let's go ahead and do the next color. Let's do magenta and green. Okay, so this is going to be very similar to red and green, but magenta isn't red. It's going to be a little bit different. Nice big scoop of green here. A little bit more. Okay, and I went overboard on the green this time, so I'm going to add some more magenta. And I'm still gonna add some more magenta. Okay, this is a pretty neutral place, so I'm gonna go ahead and paint this. I'm at a point where I'm like, is that more magenta or is that more green? So now that's how I know I'm like halfway. All right, green and magenta go right here. The other space for them is over here. Remember, you're not filming yourself, so feel free to rotate your paper so you're not turning your hand at weird angles. This almost looks like the tint of green and red, just a little bit darker. Okay, let's see what the tint of green and magenta looks like. Kind of a grayish brown. And it could be more on the brown side or more on the gray side depending on how I mixed. Adding more magenta, adding more green. So this chart doesn't show us all available colors. It just shows us a sampling. And it will be a good reference so later you can be like, I made that color before, I can do it again. Or I made a color very close to that, I think I know how to get there. Oops, I went over. Clean brush and swipe, and then just patch that. Okay, let's do the shade right here. Green and magenta goes here. Shade goes in the bottom half. One thing you can do is make yourself a little mini chart on this paper, like in the margins, to help you remember how this is organized. That way later when you're referencing your colors, you'll understand what you did. I'm gonna show you that real quick before we do our tone and wrap up for today. Okay, on this older chart right here, I have some notes. So this is to help me remember the order of the stuff that's in the color mixing portion. I show like where red and red overlap, that's the pure red hue, orange and orange overlap, that's the pure orange hue. And then there's sections, they're mixed sections. I have little notes here that say this is where red and orange mix goes. This is red and orange tint. Down here is red and orange tone, and down here is red and orange shade. So if you want to draw that in the margins on your chart later when you're trying to see, how did I get to that color? Like, what is this? How did I get here? You'll be able to look at this and help you remember. Also, I have down here little notes on the tints, tones, and shades, where the top half of the tint is 1:1. So 1 scoop of white, 1 scoop of the color. The bottom half is 2:1, 2 scoops of white, 1 scoop of the color. And then the other two for the shades and the tone show that I'm adding 1:1 in the bottom half and 2 of the gray to 1 of the color, or 2 of the shade, the black, to 1 of the color. Draw that on your chart if you feel like you need to help you remember. And I also did it over here for the peach and the brown. 1:1, 2:1. Now on this chart I did 1:1, the darker peach in the bottom, and 2:1 in the top. But on the one we've been doing, the way we did it on ours, it would actually be 2 to 1 on the bottom and 1 to 1 on the top, because it's 2 additions of peach to 1 part of the color. And then the top half is 1 part color, 1 part peach. So this is mixed the way the tints are, and the brown is mixed the way the shades and the tones are. Let's do this tone of green and magenta, and then that is gonna be it for today. Again, making a tone of a color that's already pretty gray, probably not that useful, but it will be useful if you're looking around, trying to figure out how to make a specific kind of gray, and that happens to be it. These are also our skin tone family. Skin tones are often made from complementary color mixes. Just staying on that warm side, maybe adding a lot of white, maybe adding just a little, maybe not adding any at all, depending on how dark or light your skin tone needs to be. Okay, that's gonna be the end for this section. Let's clean up the middle of our paint trays. You can watch that and clean along with me, or you can pause for today or skip ahead to the next chapter. Hey guys, welcome to day 8. We are getting down to the last couple days of this project. We're working in those last 2 quadrants, so let's just get into it. Last time we got started mixing greens, so let's go ahead and pick up there. Next, we're gonna do green and orange. Start with 2 scoops of green right here. It's a really interesting color combo. Let's see what it mixes to. All right, looks like brown. Not a very pretty brown. Okay, let's go ahead and paint that in our hue section. Remember, that's the bottom half here of the upper square. Okay, let's go ahead and do our tint. That's a really interesting color. Feels useful. Paint feels a little watery today. It's probably the orange, since my orange is a little watery. But I also want to make sure that I dry my brush well enough. Now, I'm just going to take a little bit of white on my brush and blend that straight in with what's on my paper, because after I painted that on my paper, it looked a little bit darker. I wanted it to look lighter. Rinse my brush off. I'm going to grab a little bit more of white and just blend that straight on my paper. So if you do this, you just want to make sure that you don't have white streaks left over. I don't recommend doing this all the time unless you're trying to create an effect like an impressionist painter, which we're trying to get uniform color right now. And when you want your colors to be flat and uniform, it's better to mix them on your palette. But there we go. That's a lot lighter. I like that. Gives me more of an idea of what can be done. Okay, let's go ahead and do our shade. Not a lot of black. Could have done more. In fact, I will. There we go. Okay, now gotta locate green. Got a dot of water. There we go. Green and orange over here. Shade goes in the bottom half. Looks good. Go ahead and do our tone. This color is really strong. It's not easily affected by white, black, or gray. Okay.
feel like there are some definite uses for this color, like if you're painting a camo or the woods or something where the camo is supposed to blend into. There we go. All right, that is orange and green. Let's do green and yellow. Green and yellow is a tertiary color. Yellow-green. Remember, when you are talking about a tertiary color, you always name the primary color first. Primaries are red, yellow, and blue. A lot of kids' things, baby things, are red, yellow, and blue. They're those primary colors. And then our secondary colors are green, orange, and purple. Think Halloween. Green, orange, and purple. Those are your secondary colors. And they often, if you put them together, they remind me of Halloween. All right, now remember yellow is a non-dominant color. And I really want to get a nice yellow-green, but I can be anywhere between yellow and green, and it be called yellow-green. It could be more on the green side or more on the yellow side, but I would like to be somewhere close to the middle. I'm thinking candy apple. That is a really nice color, but I don't have a lot of it, and I barely mixed any of my green in, so I'm going to get a couple more scoops of yellow. Just one really big scoop. Yeah, that should do it. Put a little bit more green in. Not too much, because I really like this color. There we go. And let's go ahead and paint that in our mixed hue space. So we've got yellow and green right here. Careful not to put your hand in that other square that we just painted. Looking a little transparent. Yellow is pretty transparent, so that's to be expected. We just want to make sure that we're putting the paint on thick enough that it's not too see-through. Don't want it to look streaky. There we go. Okay, let's make our tint. Dry off my brush after I rinse it. Get a scoop of white. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, that's a lovely color. It's a nice Easter green. There we go. Let's make our shade. This is a pretty light color and it contains yellow, so I'm just going to use a little bit of black and I think that'll be right. Gonna be
Mixing over here close to the rest of my green, but careful not to add that green in. Just my yellow green. Okay. That's not quite enough paint. There we go. Find yellow green right here. Bottom half for the shade. It's not too dark. I could have gone darker, but it's nice. It's just fine right here. Almost didn't mix enough paint to fill this space. Gotta be careful about that. Alrighty. Let's do our tone. Right here. Let me get some of my shade in there, so I'm gonna get a little bit of my tint in there as well, just to keep it even. It's a really interesting color. It almost feels like a tan or a taupe, which is really weird. But it's definitely green, it just feels kind of like on the neutral side. Guess it's not weird. That's a lovely color. I could see that being good for a lot of things. There we go. Okay, that uses up the middle of this tray, so I'm gonna use up the middle of my other tray. And we're gonna move along to light blue. First up, light blue and red. I'm gonna start with some red right here. Now, if we remember, red and blue make purple. Whoop, almost just set that in. Ugh. Almost set that in wet paint, and then I stuck my thumb in wet paint. Okay, there we go, all cleaned up. No wet paint there. Okay. If this color combo looks familiar, it's those 3D glasses color pairing. Okay. Let's mix this up. So I want to land somewhere that feels like purple, not like red violet, not like blue violet. I could. Those would both be in between red and light blue, and that'd be fine. Isn't that a nice purple though? That's some thick paint too. I'm not gonna have any problems with it looking too thin. Okay, right here.
Careful not to put your hand in your wet paint. I'm just hovering over my paper, resting my arm on the edge of my desk. Oh no! Got out of my lines! Okay, remember that trick. Just rinsing out my brush real quick. And with a clean brush, I'm just gonna pick that up. Oop. There we go. Then I don't want to mess with it too much because I don't want to take the paint up from the green and red mix. That's one thing about tempera paint. Tempera paint always rehydrates, okay? So even though all this is dry, if I get it wet, I could still move that paint around. So I could mess it up or I could improve it. Okay, let's make our tint. All right, that's pretty. So if you're looking for a particular purple, that's a really good iris purple. Might also be a good princess or royalty purple. There we go. Let's do our shade. I'm just gonna start with a little bit of black at first. I may have to go back and add more. Oh yeah, most definitely. Ooh, not too much. Okay. Don't want to overdo it. That is not super dark. It is a little bit darker. I'm gonna get it a little bit more black. I'm afraid it won't look significantly different from the original hue. Okay, there we go. I was being too cautious at first. Okay, light blue and red right here. That probably just looks black on your screen, but it looks a little bit purple here, and it'll probably look more purple as it dries. So I'm gonna trust the process. And hopefully on your end, if you're doing this, you can see the purple in your version. Okay, let's do our tone. Ooh, that felt like it ate the gray right up. There we go. Getting a little bit of difference now. Okay. Go ahead and paint that right here. There we go.
Okay, up next, light blue and magenta. Okay, light blue and magenta will also make purple. Light blue and magenta will also make purple, but it will be a different kind of purple. That feels too blue. I'm gonna need some more magenta. This purple feels more like a cotton candy purple. Okay, let's go ahead and paint that. Light blue and magenta right here. Again, careful not to put your arm or your hand in your wet paint. Okay, let's go ahead and make our tint. A little bit more white. There we go. This also turns out to be a nice periwinkle. Okay, let's do our shade. Gonna go with a little bit more black this time. There we go. That looks good, okay. Light blue and magenta goes right here. That is a really nice dark purple. It kind of feels like a navy blue though. There we go. Let's make our tone. I may have to make some more gray before we finish. There we go. Very nice purple. There we go. Okay. Now, I have run out of space in the middle, but I can still mix in the wells out here, so I'm going to do that. So let's go ahead and do light blue and orange. I'm going to switch back to this tray and work right here. Okay, these colors are not close to each other on the color wheel. In fact, they are complementary colors, so we're definitely going to get a brown. Remember, our complementary colors are red and green, orange and blue, and yellow and purple. Ooh, we got like a gray. Nice. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and paint that. Anywhere neutral is a good place to be when you're mixing this. So brown to gray is where you're going to end up with blue and orange. If it looks too blue or too orange, get more of the opposite color. So too much blue, add some more orange. Too orange, add some more blue, and get it into a neutral area. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna take some of that and put it over here. Then I'm gonna make my tint right there. That's a nice light gray. It's funny to see these bright, vibrant purples and blues right next to all these browns and grays. Or so it's kind of surrounded here. Okay, let's go ahead and make our shade. Oh, need a little bit more black to really make a difference.
There we go. Okay, light blue and orange goes right here. Painted a little more outside my lines than I'm comfortable with, so I'm going to fix that here in a second. There we go, that looks good. Rinse out my brush. And just clean that little spot right there up. There we go, much better. Okay, let's do our tone. Gray mixed with gray. Makes a little difference, but not a ton. There we go. You may have noticed I'm a little bit ambidextrous today. Just trying to get in those corners. Remember, though, you don't have to be ambidextrous. You can just rotate your paper. Okay. We're probably getting to the end of a class period, but let's finish up that last square right here. That way we have the other half to do, and we'll be done tomorrow. So, let's go ahead and do light blue and yellow. I'm going to do that right here. I'm just going to do 1 scoop of blue because remember, yellow is a non-dominant color. So I'm going to get a couple scoops of yellow. And remember, yellow and blue make green. So we should end up somewhere in the green family here. Let's see where we go. If I end up in blue-green, I'm gonna get some more yellow. Oh no, that's a really nice green. And it's definitely different from what I would get with yellow and regular green. Okay, let's go ahead and paint that. Right here in our light blue and yellow spot. That's a real candy apple kind of color. I know I said that about the yellow-green, but it's true here too. You know, any candy that's kind of apple or watermelon flavored, well, watermelon's usually pink. Green candy usually ends up in this color range right here. That looks good. Okay, we're gonna make our tint. Nice light green. Definitely has different qualities from the green that's just right out of the bottle. So if that green right out of the bottle doesn't match what kind of green you're going for, this might be what you need. You might need to make that green. There we go.
Just a little bit of black this time. Okay, put that down here in the shade spot. Go. And then we'll do the tone, and then we'll clean up. All right, last little bit right here. Ended up going a lot gray. Oh well. Still pretty green. Kinda sagey. Okay, that looks good. I'm just gonna put a little bit more of my shade right here. There we go. And that is gonna be it for today. We definitely want to clean our palettes well so that we can get started fresh next class period. If you want to, you can follow along with me as I clean up my palettes. You could just pause the video here, or you could skip on to the next day if you're just ready to keep working. My water got real murky today. If you're using your paintbrush to scoop out your paint like I am, make sure that you're not pushing the paint, you're always pulling the paint. So I get up right next to my paint and I pull the brush through it. Don't ever push towards the bristles. That's how you get stray hairs that stick out at all kinds of weird angles. Remember to wash your brush out with soap. Don't just rinse it in your bowl. It needs more than that. Okay, go wash your paintbrushes with soap. Welcome to day 9. Today is our last day on this project. We're gonna finish up those last 2 quadrants and then we'll be done and you'll have accomplished something so cool. You'll have figured out how all these colors work and mix together and how tints, tones, and shades look in all of them. So you'll know how to make all these colors, or you'll have a resource to go back to and see how to match specific colors when you're making another project. Let's get into it. Okay, we have these last 2 sections left that are primarily blue and purple. So let's start with blue. Couple scoops of blue And then our first color, our first row here is for red. Blue and red make purple. Blue and red are both pretty equally dominant. So I'm going to start with an equal amount of both, and I'll probably have to make adjustments if I want to get to a true purple. Looking a little on the red-violet side right now. I'm going to keep mixing till it's mixed all the way and see where I end up. Okay, I'm just going to brush a little bit right here. That's a pretty nice purple. You know what? I'm going to go with it. Blue and red right here at the top. It is so dark right now, it is hard to see, but I believe when it dries, it'll be light enough that we can tell. Okay, there we go. But let's see what it looks like as a tint. That's really going to show us what this purple looks like. Generous amount of white. Oh yeah, that is a very pretty color. Lots of purple flowers in this area. There we go. That looks good. And that could definitely get lighter, so if you're later looking back at this and being like, I need a really light purple, you just need a good purple, and then you need to add it to a lot of white. Let's do our shade. I'm gonna do quite a bit of black, it's going to take a bit to get this even darker. And I don't think I'll be able to see the difference until it's dry. So I'm just going to mix it in there and hope for the best, because that is so dark. Okay. Look for my blue and red over here. Put this in the bottom half. Go. That looks nice. Now for our tone. A little bit of gray here. Oh, it's nice too. Oh yeah, that is a really nice, rich purple. we're good. Let's do blue and magenta next. Now guess what? Blue and magenta, gonna be purple again. Okay. Regular blue, not light blue. Okay, 2 scoops of blue. Two scoops of magenta, and just a little bit more because those scoops were small. Okay, let's mix this up and see what kind of purple we get. The magenta is lighter, so it's gonna make it easier for us to see here. And yep, that blue just took right over, so I'm gonna get some more magenta. Try to get more into the purple family here. Although, this is different enough that I could stop here. I really want to see what kind of purple I can get. Okay, that's looking more purple. Still feel like I could get more. And I have to get some more magenta paint. Still feels super blue, and I really wanted to get a purple. I'm just gonna put a little blop in here because I can. There we go. Hopefully that's not too much. Just a little more over there so I have some for purple. Or for when we're mixing it with purple. Okay. Okay, I think that is as purple as I'm willing to work towards. And I think that's actually pretty good. Man, that spread out a lot. Okay, let's go ahead and paint this in our blue and magenta space. Man, that definitely feels blue. Maybe it'll feel more purple as it dries. I'm not happy with that. I really wanted purple. Okay, I'm gonna take some of this, put it over here. Okay, so I've separated it so I don't have as much. Get some more magenta, and I can always add more to get that color back. There's purple. That's what I was hoping for. Okay, so this right here was just a learning experience to get to here. I'm not going to use this on my paper. Just gonna use this actual purple. Now, if you want to use that more bluish color, because that's what you got to and that's what you feel like doing, that's fine. It's not wrong. It's still blue and magenta mixed together. I just really wanted to see what kind of purple I could get. Okay. Let's make a tint. Alright, don't want to use up all this paint, so I'm just going to work right here. So pretty. Okay, let's paint that. I made it super light. Okay. I'm just gonna straighten up this edge real quick. And clean up the little bit that I went over the line right there. There we go. Okay. I could have left that. It wasn't a big deal. I just felt like trying to fix it. All right, let's do our shade. That goes down here in our blue and magenta space. Okay, now let's move on to our tone. There we go. That looks good. Okay. Moving on, blue and orange. Remember, blue and orange are complementary colors, so we're gonna get somewhere in the brown or gray range. Okay, I'm gonna keep working over here. Blue. The blue went so far last time. Just did 1.5 scoops this time. Hopefully that works. Plus this orange is real thin.
Yep, that was a good choice. That's super dark. But we are right there in muddy green territory, so... Ooh, oh, 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 oh. So I think we're gonna call that good. Alright, blue and orange right here. Remember, if you're having difficulty getting neatly into those little corners, rotate your paper. It really helps. Okay. Let's do our tint. That turned into a pretty nice gray. There we go. Do our shade. This color's already pretty dark, so I'm gonna get plenty of black here. Okay, and that's pretty hard to see, but I'm gonna hope for the best. Go ahead and paint that down here. Okay, and let's do our tone. Okay, right over here. Not doing much more than probably adding just a little bit of white to it would do. Let's go ahead and put it right here. Okay, that is it for blue and orange. Now we'll get into blue and yellow. Green. So I'm excited to see here how this mixture of blue and yellow is different from the mixture of light blue and yellow. Okay, just one small scoop of blue.
because I'm gonna need a lot of yellow to go with that. Yep, there we go. Let's see how that goes. Okay, I wanted to get more to green and less yellow green, so I'm gonna mix it all the way in. I've already got some samples of yellow green. Okay, that's pretty nice. I'm gonna push it a little bit more blue. Just a smidge. Okay, that's good. Right here, blue and yellow. Making sure not to put my hand in my wet paint. Yep, that's pretty. That looks a lot like our blue, green out of the bottle. There we go. Okay, let's see it as a tint. That is really nice. Definitely looks different from the light blue. The light blue and yellow. And now this also looks different from our green from the bottle tint. It's got more of a yellow feel. That could just be because I made it more yellow. Okay, let's do a shade. Very nice. Let's put that right here. Ooh, yeah, that's a nice dark green. Looks like a lot of healthy plant leaves. Okay, and do our tone. Here we go. Okay, that looks good. Into the purples. I'm gonna start with purple and red. And I'm actually gonna start working in my other tray. Okay. Couple scoops of purple. This is gonna make a tertiary color, red violet. So long as I'm in between red and purple, I'm red violet. Oh, I wanted to feel more violet. That's a lot of red. It really just feels like burgundy. Okay. That is technically correct. I could work from here, but I'm gonna grab a little bit more purple and then I'm gonna call it good. Come on, make a difference. I like red violet more on the purple side. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and put that right here. That's a real pretty color. Okay, let's do a tint. Oh, that's so pretty. What a pretty color. I don't think my first instinct would be to call that red violet. I would just call that a really pretty red. But we're between purple and red, so it counts. Let's do a shade. Okay, and that goes right down here, red and purple. go. And lastly, let's do our tone. Oh, and this is really spread out. There we go. That is such a pretty color. Now, this could have been more on the purple side, but we ended up here, and that is fine as well. Or at least I did. You may have ended up more on the purple side. Okay, that is it for that one. Let's go on to purple and magenta. This is also going to be similar to a red violet because magenta is kind of in the red family. It's not red, it's just closer to red than to purple. Okay, let's go a little bit easier on the magenta. Get some purple over here. Okay, and just start to mix them. Okay, that's looking really pretty. This color definitely still feels like purple, but it is a lighter purple, more pinky purple. I could push it more magenta, I could push it more purple, but I'm happy with where it is. So let's just paint it. This feels more like a candy purple than the purple straight out of the bottle. Okay, time for the tint. We are so close to being done. That is a good looking light purple. So now we have a really nice set of purples here that can help you if you're trying to get a specific purple. Let's do our shade. A little bit of black right there. A little went a long way this time. Let's go ahead and paint that down here. Looking a little watery. I want to make sure I put that on thick enough. Okay, that looks good. Let's do our shade. I mean, we just did that. Let's do our tone. Okay, this is probably close to when we need to start cleaning up for class. But let's finish. I'm ready to finish this, so. If at the end we don't have time to clean our paint trays out all the way, that'll be okay. You can put the lid on and clean it out tomorrow. Before we get started on the next project. There we go. That looks good. That is a nice purple. And you know, we got there by mixing purple with magenta. Who'd have thought? Okay, let's do purple and orange. This is not going to be pretty. We're getting close to the complement of purple. Okay, I'm going to put some purple right here. Do some orange. A little bit more. Okay, let's see how this looks. Brown. It looks really orange. I'm just gonna add a little bit more purple to try to get it more halfway between the two. That is really liquidy. Both my purple and my orange are real liquidy. Okay, that's a pretty rich brown. What happens if I add some more purple to it? Will it be even prettier? That could almost be chocolatey, like a milk chocolate. It's actually pretty nice. Okay, let's call that good. This is regular hue that goes up here. Oops, almost painted it in the wrong spot. Gotta pay attention. I wonder how this will dry. Matches our original brown from the bottle real well right now. So I said it wouldn't be pretty, but it turns out it kind of is. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and make our tint. It's really looking reddish as I lighten it up. It's really interesting. Mahogany colored pencil is like a reddish brown. This matches that pretty well. That's actually a really nice color. Okay, let's do a shade. Dark, rich brown. Okay, that looks good. Let's do our tone. Interesting how making it lighter really makes it look kind of reddish pinkish. That looks good. Okay, we're on to our last mixed hue and we're gonna be done. We are doing purple and yellow now, which are complementary colors. I'm gonna do a lot of yellow because it's gonna take a lot. And then I'm just gonna do a little bit of purple, and I can add some more purple if I need it. So, purple and yellow, our last complementary color set. So we should get somewhere in the brown to gray territory. If it is quite brown, that means you have a lot of yellow, and you could stand to add some more purple. Oh, that's still quite yellow, so I'm going to get some more purple. My yellow's drying up on me. Okay, I've gotten to poopy brown. So I'm gonna get some more purple, try to get it more to a pretty gray. Now I could stop here, right? Because this is a mixture of yellow and purple, but I'd like to find a color that I may actually use. Okay, looks like it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Gonna do one more scoop of purple, and then since we might be short on time, I'm gonna call it good enough. I say that, but I don't want to do that. Just have to speed the video up. Okay, that at least is a nicer brown. Not great, but nicer. So I'm gonna go ahead and use that up here. Almost tried to paint it in the shade spot again. Depending on the quality of your paint, you may be able to get to a gray, you may not. This, I feel like, got past brown to be more purplish, but I don't think I could have gotten to gray with these paints. And that just has to do with the quality of pigments used. So higher grade paints will get more to gray. lower grade, student grade paints may only get to brown. Just depends. It also depends on how much time you're willing to spend on it. Okay, let's do our tint. That's a nice brown. And our shade. Also turned out pretty nice. Not a chocolatey brown, but probably a useful one. And our tone, and that'll be our last mix. Interesting. Kind of a weird color. Okay, that is it. You're done. We're done, guys. That's it. All that hard work, and we've got two really important things out of it. One, we've got this actual physical chart, which may seem boring, but is actually a really great resource. When you're trying to figure out, how do I get to this specific color? How do I match the color in this photo? This chart is going to be super helpful. Even if you're not working in tempera paint or in the same type of paint that you made the chart in, color theory is the same, no matter the type of paint you're using. The second thing we got is experience. Experience is so valuable because it shortens the distance between how do I do it to actually being able to do it. So when you look at a color, you'll have a memory of how you could get to that color. And you may not need the chart all the time. And the more experiences you build up, the more often you practice mixing colors, the less you'll have to refer back to something to help you figure out how to get to a specific color. So that's it, guys. Great work. I'm not going to show the full cleanup of my paint trays. I don't think you need it anymore. Just make sure you clean them up. And I'll I'll see you in the next video.